Maybe that is for you. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that is for you. I think it is working. Yeah, 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 sure. No, go ahead. Yeah. Pardon? Yeah, sure. No, go ahead. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Bus was under.
See, they don't have air conditioning turned on yet.
I think the bus was under.
See, they don't have air conditioning turned on yet.
I think they're learning now. So it's just
Okay? Are students, the first day are for students in Messina, okay? And then we move in Taormina tomorrow, okay?
Today Messina,
Are
Taormina tomorrow.
students, the first day are for students in Messina, okay? And then we move in Taormina tomorrow, okay?
Today Messina, Taormina tomorrow, okay?
Students, the first day are for students in Messina, okay? And then we move in Taormina tomorrow, okay? Are students, the first day are for students in Messina, okay? And then we move in Taormina tomorrow, okay?
E l'ha caricata sul cloud, quindi e l'ha caricata sul cloud, quindi e l'ha caricata sul cloud. E l'ha caricata sul cloud. Ok. Ok.
Sì. Con piacere, con piacere. Sì. Sì, magari fallo adesso. Sì, sì. Sì, assieme, dico, fai dire a qualcuno che... Va bene, ti farò. Sì, sì, magari fallo adesso. Sì, sì. Sì, assieme, dico, fai dire a qualcuno che... Va bene, ti farò. Sì, sì, magari fallo adesso. Sì, assieme, dico, fai dire a qualcuno che... Va bene, ti farò. Sì, sì, magari fallo adesso. Sì, assieme, dico, fai dire a qualcuno che... Va bene, ti farò. Sì, sì, magari fallo adesso. Sì, assieme, dico, fai dire a qualcuno che... Va bene, ti farò. Sì, sì, magari fallo adesso. Sì, assieme, dico, fai dire a qualcuno che... Va bene, ti farò. Sì. Sì, assieme, dico, fai dire a qualcuno che... Sì, assieme, dico, fai dire a qualcuno che...
Raj, how are you? Hi Raj, how are you?
Hey Rajkumar, can you hear us? Hi. Good to see you. Okay. Hey Rajkumar, can you hear us? Hi. Good to see you. Okay. Hey Rajkumar, can you hear us? Hi. Raj, say something. Can you say something, Raj? Hey Rajkumar, can you hear us? Yeah, we can hear you. Raj, say something.
Yeah, he's coming.
Can you say something, Raj? Hey Rajkumar,
Five.
Yeah, he's coming.
Dove è la regia? Guys, 5 minutes and we start. Dove è la regia? Guys, 5 minutes and we start. 5 minutes and we start. Please take a seat, okay? Guys, 5 minutes and we start. 5 minutes and we start. Please take a seat, okay? Martella. Guys, 5 minutes and we start. 5 minutes and we start. Please take a seat, okay? Martella. Guys, 5 minutes and we start. 5 minutes and we start. Please take a seat, okay? Martella. Guys, 5 minutes and we start. 5 minutes and we start. Please take a seat, 5 minutes and we start. 5 minutes. We are waiting for the director. 5 minutes. Then some greetings, and then you will the floor. Okay. 5 minutes. We are waiting for the director. Then some greetings, and then you will the floor. Okay. 5 minutes. We are waiting for the director. Then some. It's working very well. Don't worry. It works. 5 minutes. We are waiting for the director. Then some. It's working very well. Don't worry. It works. Qua? 9:35 iniziamo, tra 4 minuti. Prendete vostre? Qua? 9:35 iniziamo, tra 4 minuti. Prendete vostre? 9:35 iniziamo, tra 4 minuti. Prendete vostre? Qua? 9:35 iniziamo, tra 4 minuti.
At least you got both working now.
Yeah, come work on my iPhone, not other than.
At least you got both working now.
Yeah.
Prova. Secondo me è quello là. Prova. Secondo me è quello là.
call the director.
Here we are opening the gate.
Okay, fine. Can you hear me? Director. Okay, fine. Can you hear me? Raj, are you still there, Raj? Can you hear us?
Yes, I am.
Very well. Raj, are you still there, Raj? Can you hear us? Stiamo iniziando. We are going to start. Guys, are you still there, Raj? We are going to start. Thank you. Stiamo iniziando. We are going to start. Guys, are you still there, Raj? We are going to start. Thank you. Stiamo iniziando. We are going to start. We are waiting for the rector to join us because he's happy to open this important event. We are waiting for the rector, but it's not important event because he's happy to open this important event for us, university. But it's not important event because for Messina. People is important, let me say, event for all of us as university take the chance to take a flight because we have overseas great or people here, UK and so on so forth. For people that from France take the chance to take a flight. Country in Europe welcome Messina or from UK and so on so forth. Woken up at quite France, 7 o'clock in the morning to come here. All the country in Europe welcome Messina. I remind you that thank you one day woken up at to allow 7 o'clock in the morning common people to understand that we are not so crazy. As I remind you that this is one day as we appear to allow, but people common people to understand that transformation is why digital day in Messina. This is what as we appear. Few minutes, people need us. Digital transformation is why digital day in Messina. This is what exactly. Few minutes, thank you again. Thank you to be here. This is what as we appear. Few minutes, people need us. Digital transformation is why digital day in Messina. This is what few minutes and we'll start. Thank you again. Thank you to be here. Maria la presentazione di quel break la farà. No, dopo Franco, la seconda. Di Maria la presentazione di quel break la farà. No, dopo Franco. Manca solamente Roberto Di Bernardo. Esatto. Cioè, chiama Di Maria Roberto Di Bernardo. Esatto. Cioè, chiama Di Maria sta cosa? So di che? 15 minutes, 15, okay? Homer 15 minutes? Yeah. That would be later, don't worry. We have one presentation missing, we have so di che? A little bit of time. Okay? Okay? Homer 15 minutes. That would be later, don't worry. We have one presentation missing, we have a little bit of time. Okay?
Take your time.
I don't know to be honest.
Everybody's should we put our masks on? Is that
I don't know to be honest what to do.
everybody's got their masks on?
I don't know to be honest. I don't know to be honest. don't worry that we recover time in the second part of the meeting. One presentation is missing for don't worry that issue for the presenter. We can recover time. That we maintain our schedule. Don't worry. Okay. We are moving Maria in the next section, and then we stay on time. Okay. Don't worry at all. Maintain our schedule. Don't worry. Okay. We are moving Maria in the next section, and then we stay on time. Don't worry at all. Also connected to colleagues from all the parts of the world for the conference.
Mimo non c'è, no? Mimo.
Non potevo dire, c'è Valentina.
Quindi faccio i saluti, mi alzo e si viene Valentina al mio posto. Perfetto. No, io volevo scappare di là che c'ho il problema.
Sono in linea in mondovisione, parto io? Parti tu, dai. Ok. So, guys, can you hear me? Guys, we start with the digital day today. You know, is an extra day before CC Grid. This is a worldwide conference that we are proud as University of Messina to host here. Will be the first day in Messina and the other 3 days in Taormina. We have a chance to interact with each other in important topics. These are strange people, computer researchers, computer scientists, that try to change in good way the world in the area of IT. It's really a pleasure to have all of you. I'm again proud to be in the main room of University's Aula Magna. It's a historical one. With a great pleasure, we want to share it with you. First of all, it's a great pleasure to have with me, really, believe me, 3 visionary people in this desk, but not only, also you. I can for sure mention my rector. University of Messina is going very well, and I will show you why. And then we have also Professor DK that will, DK Panda will introduce something particularly, Professor Rana. But we have plenty of people, national people, with Radu Prodan, Maria Fazio, and other people from companies, as you can see in the program. Roberto Di Bernardo from engineering, Alberto Consani, Antonio Cerqua, and Gaetano La Rosa, Giuseppe Bonocore, Franco Cordino of European Commission is connected by Teams, Francesco Martella, Jean-Paul Saia, Omer Rana. I give the floor to the rector. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. It's really a great pleasure and honor for us to have you here. I have to tell you, it's quite impossible to handle Massimo, because when Massimo organizes something, especially, it's every day, every single moment, push very hard. It's really an honor. It's an honor because we have put a lot of attention and effort on ICT in our university. Our program now, it's quite 100% total coverage in ICT. When I start my position, there was still administration part made by paper. Now our student can do everything on a cell phone, and this is very important. We try to change and to follow the time. However, we still believe that the presence is the right way to discuss science, including ICT. And for this reason, I'm very happy to see all young people here in this fantastic place. We just finished to clean up a new view in the last few days. It's an honor to have Professor Rana and Professor Panda with us on the podium, because this demonstrates the fact that our university has an international view. It's very important, especially in ICT, to compete, to discuss, and to follow other important universities. I spent 2 years in Ohio, in Cincinnati Children's Hospital. During that time, I was, before to decide to go to Harvard or to London, and I choose London, I understand the difference that US people have in compared to Italian people. I believe in terms of academic, we have to copy a lot what in US they've done, especially the fact that they talk less and they do a lot. And we have to do a lot. And in the last 4 years, especially in ICT, we have done a lot. In the next 2 years, at the end of our administration time, you will have a new building for ICT in the campus Papardo. You will have a lot of rooms with ICT, PC, information. And the fact that now all the students of this university have the possibility at home to use all the library, all the possible bibliography equipment that we have, it's really important. In the next 2 weeks, we will follow the program of VDI. All the department will be set up on VDI. I convince Massimo that the cloud, as I'm a pharmacologist, and you know what it means if a pharmacologist tries to convince an ICT man on the importance of cloud, and I win. I win because now we don't have any problem on our email. The email system in the University of Messina, when I started, was a nightmare. If if you upload too much, you don't have any more space. You remember the Zimbra system? And I spent 2 weeks to convince an ICT man that we have to switch with Microsoft on a system where you go on the cloud and you don't have any more problem on space. But we win now. We don't have any more. Now we receive all the email. Everything works very well. No, it's a joke. It's true, but it's also a joke to say that we put a lot of attention, especially the fact that this is university city. And when you live in a university city, you have to understand what you are doing as a university have an important impact on the people of this city. It's quite different in terms of, more similar to Ohio and not to the Boston area. If you live in the Boston area, of course, Harvard is there, but there's a lot of university, a lot of economics. They're growing. In the Ohio and Cincinnati, the two universities have really an important impact on the city. And this is exactly what's doing in Messina. Now Messina is changing the view of this city. And we are doing all this, a special such kind of meeting, which I hope the next year or in 2 years to have an update on what's happened in these 2 years. I know that in 2 years is too much for ICT. In a week, change the world. But, you know, we're trying to do our best for you guys. We are proud of you. We are proud to have all of you here in Messina. Thank you very much. A good time in Messina and in Taormina. Give them the time to go to the beach, please. Also, some break, you know, it's all possible. Thank you very much. Have a nice time. Thanks.
Okay. I want to share with you a video. Okay. I want to share with you a video. Can you hear the video? Excuse me. The video will be later on. It's better to have it later on. Now it's time for give you a few minutes to the ordinary ingegneri, ordinary architetti. And before that, there is my department. Valentina Benuti is here instead of Professor Domenico Maiorino. But, you know, black kind of your mind. So, take the floor, Valentina, introducing you why you are here and everything. Thank you.
Hi, good morning to everybody, dear organizers, dear Massimo, and thanks a lot to be here. Actually, I'm here on behalf of the director of our department, Department of Mathematical and Computer Science, Physical Science and Earth Science at the University of Messina. And I'm here to welcome this illustrious audience that, of course, contains inside it some of the most famous experts in the field of digital technologies. Well, I'm very glad to be here today. I'm glad to be here today as professor of the Department of Mathematical Computer Science, Physical Science, and Earth Science of our university. And in particular, I'm proud and glad to be here today as a delegate of the director of the Department for Scientific Research Activity. This conference, this international conference, and this day actually represent a fundamental step for our city, for our university, and for our department too. And in fact, I have to say, for the first time in Italy, and in particular in the city of Messina, some of the most famous scientists of every part of the world, all around the world, will meet here will encounter in this wonderful context and will debate around data science, computer engineering. Starting from today for the next 3 days, we will hear talking about artificial intelligence, of Internet of Things, or cloud, or machine learning, deep learning. And these topics actually remained almost unknown until a few years ago to the wide community. I mean, to the community other than the specific community of digital technologies. But actually, it's absolutely true that in the last years, they gained very rapidly a growing attention, and they became the focus of much interest in scientific research. And this due to their, let's say, transversality, I should say universality, in a variety of applications field of science in general. I'm a physicist, so apparently I'm quite far from this. But actually, this is not true. And in particular, as a physicist, I'm very curious to listen to the following contributions that will follow today, that will be, we'll listen now. And I'm sure that I will find very interesting and new inputs for my personal research activity that, of course, by definition, must remain in a way updated always, and it must keep up with the times. So thanks a lot to be here, and let's go on and enjoy, actually. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot, Valentina. And I asked to the responsible to wait a little bit because we have, let's say, a guru worldwide in the area of IT. And I wanted to present you. Raj, can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Yes, I do.
Very well. Raj Marbura is a really brilliant person. Right now he's in Melbourne. It's late evening. He's waiting for you, for us, and he said he has to go. Of course, it's quite late for him. Just to say why we are honored to have 12 of you and to have also Raj, because, as I said, he's a professor, University of Melbourne, and what is really important is really active. He's top scientist in Australia in ICT. This is what we are talking about. We're talking about people that they're changing the world in some way. Okay, it's impressive the impact that Raj Bhuiya has worldwide. If you want to know some things, look for Raj Bhuiya. You can understand what's going on. It's a reference for us. As you can see here, the great work is doing, and many awards is receiving. I don't want to spend many words. Only I like this picture. This picture is a friend of ours who will be here. You know, DK and Homer. Manish Parach tomorrow will be with us. Bhuiya is online, and also Jack Togara. I want to spend is the award of Turing, is the Nobel of IT. It was funny when I met Jack and said, I miss Sicily because he's coming from Caltanissetta. Just to say that we are in good way in the central of the world, all of us. Okay. Let me say thank you to Raj. Raj, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
It is indeed great honor for me to be joining all of you virtually. You know, I would have really loved to be there in person. It is indeed great. Still appears like our Australia is not yet.
Can you speak loudly, Raj?
Yes. Okay, you can hear now.
Very well.
Okay?
Very well.
Thank you, thank you. So again, thank you, Massimo, for your kind introduction. Okay, you can hear now.
Very well. Very well.
The university colleagues and all our international participants, and of course, and participants from Italy, attending this conference and today celebrating Digital Day at Messina. So this is really a great honor for me to be part. I wish I had attended the conference in person, but as you all know, still this COVID situation is not fully clear. As a result, Australia is not completely open in terms of travel, and there are various travel restrictions due to which I was not able to be in person. So this is the first CC Grid conference.
Excuse me, Raj, excuse me, I have some issue with the audio. I asked to the responsible.
The first CC Grid
Excuse me, Raj, excuse me, I have some issue with the audio. I asked to the responsible.
You can't hear me?
Excuse me, Raj, excuse me, I have some issue with the audio.
Monsieur, can you hear? You can't hear me?
Devi spegnere il mic là e il mic sul tavolo.
So is this okay now? Monsieur, can you hear?
One moment. Francesco, c'è il radiomicrofono, guarda se è acceso, spegnilo.
So is this okay now?
Ok, start again, please, Raj, go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me?
Radiomicrofono, guarda se è acceso, spegnilo. Yes, go ahead. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Massimo, for opportunity to be part of the conference. I'd like to thank all our international delegates for coming to Italy to attend this conference, and I'm sure we have many colleagues from Italy itself attending the conference. So I would like to just briefly, share my views on the research, open data, and open code, and how this is moving towards producing quality outcome, enhancing productivity of businesses, enhancing productivity of individuals, and of course for researchers, it brings a opportunity to make great impact on the society and the applications that benefit that it can bring to the society. So as we know, classically in academia, in universities, everywhere around the world, that traditionally what they do, conduct research and publish paper. If they don't do, they have to possibly leave the academia. So this is what we call publish or perish model. So this is the traditional model of conducting research and disseminating outcomes of research in the form of ideas which are produced in research papers. And of course, we all know that why do we want to publish research papers? So we want, because as researchers at university, we are expected to be at top or forefront of our field, and produce ideas, advance the knowledge, solve important problems that are facing the world in terms of conducting research and producing ideas. And of course, disseminate that ideas through publications. So this way we're able to communicate our new knowledge, and this is what we do as academic researchers. So here, the research can be theoretical in nature or practical in nature. So when you develop a research which is practical in nature, you are primarily targeting a problem domain and then building a solution and then deploying and demonstrating in an experimental targeting. And of course, this research needs to be disseminated as quickly as possible. And then deploying. So when you prepare your research experiment and prepare a report on it and prepare a paper, so when you are expected to publish as soon as possible. Because if you don't and prepare a report on it and prepare a paper, so when you are expected to publish as soon as possible. Because if you don't and prepare a report on it and prepare a paper, so when you are expected to publish as soon as possible. Because if you don't and prepare a report on it and prepare a paper, so when you are expected to publish as soon as possible. Because if you don't and prepare a report on it and prepare a paper, so when you are expected to publish as soon as possible. Because if you don't.
There is a feedback. Do you have some audio? Do you have YouTube? Something open? Unmute. Raj, unmute, please. We hear some loop on the audio. Unmute. Raj, unmute. Raj, unmute. We hear some loop on the audio. Oh, it's strange, this. Unmute.
Oh, it's muted mine now? Now it's okay?
Some low
Yeah.
audio.
All right. So our research to support this research publication, CCD conference has been providing venue for researchers globally. So thereby each year, based on the advances they make, they can publish paper. And during last several years, this conference was held all over the world. And some of our colleagues who are right now in the conference, and during last several years, this conference was held all over the world. In 2005, and some of our colleagues who are right now in the conference, such as Rana, so he has hosted 15, 17 years ago. In 2005, some of before there was already several almost last 15, 17 years ago. So some of before more recently, Professor D.K. Rana, he has hosted 15, 17 years ago. We are having 5 there was already several almost last 15, 17 years ago. Some of before more recently, Professor D.K. Rana, he has hosted 15, 17 years ago. We are having 5 there was already several almost last 15, 17 years ago. We are having 5 more recently, Professor D.K. Rana, he has hosted 15, 17 years ago. We are having 5 there was already several last 15, 17 years ago. We are having 5 more recently, Professor D.K. Rana, he has hosted 15, 17 years ago. We are having 5 there was already several last 15, 17 years ago. We are having 5 there was already recently, Professor D.K. Rana, he has hosted 15, 17 years ago. We are having 5 there was already several angle for us to look at. So from that perspective, so this publication, what we call publication records or the papers, our papers are becoming paper plus plus. That means not only publishing a research paper, but you are also expected to publish a associated software code. If you are someone doing research in computer science, in software engineering, you are expected to also publish your software that is part of your research paper. Then along with that software, you might have used code. You also need to release that code for the benefit of community. So which means you can make a greater impact. You can attract a large number of citations, and you can help build new research community. Then, of course, enhance productivity of the society through those research, and as well as commercialize. Commercialization means you need to harden your software, your outcome. You need to produce a production grade system that can be deployed in real world and can solve the real world problems. And this open code or open data is actually also helps in achieving reproducibility. If you produce some research, how do you make sure that it can be reproduced in different environment? So that can help. Then also it can be very, very transparent, and it also provides opportunity for independent verification. Someone who is interested in research, they can actually take your code, then verify how good it is. From that perspective, software, you release the software, release the code. So of course, not only journals which are promoting this concept. In C-Secret, we are promoting, so by organizing demonstrations and so on. So where people are expected to demonstrate a code, then there can be competition. So this way, we can bring in that healthy community that can possibly make impact. So in this context, there are a number of journals also focusing, and of course C-Secret as well. Let me give you just briefly before I conclude. Say for example, so I myself, have been involved in research for last 25, 30 years. So for example, we developed a software called Cloud Simulator, a simulator for cloud computing. So this simulator is used by thousands of users around the world. So that means we have not only published a paper, but along with the paper, we publish software and release the software for the worldwide use. And the users of the software are not only university people, academic researchers, industry research, but also industry researchers and companies. And for example, this cloud SIM is used by companies such as IBM, HP, Ericsson, Huawei, and many other companies around the world have this software for modeling and simulation or creating their platform idea. For example, Ericsson, which is one of the well-known European company. So they have used this cloud SIM for modeling and evaluating mobile cloud services. So if you are delivering cloud services or mobile applications via cloud, so to see what are the different approaches to deliver the best quality, so they have evaluated that idea. A CTO of this company has presented a talk at Stanford University highlighting how they use cloud SIM in their modeling and simulation for mobile services. So which means what I'm highlighting is I would like to encourage the researchers in Italy, researchers worldwide, to think of not only writing a paper, but also releasing associate code, releasing associate data, and also supporting it. So for example, Cloud SIM, right now we have got version 6 generation Cloud SIM. So this has been during last 10 years, 10, 12 years, we have released this updated version of software, and as a result, this is still actively available software. Similarly, for next emerging areas such as edge computing, for IoT applications, real-time applications, which can be used for creating smart healthcare, smart robotics, and smart transport system. So there are many applications. So these real-time IoT applications are there. And to support such modeling, also we developed something called iFoxSim. So this was developed in 2017. Just now we released a new version of this iFoxSim 2. So this also has a large number of users. So what I want to highlight is for researchers, you can it can help attract citation to your research paper, plus the users who use this software globally, plus the industrial players who work on it, they use your software and they collaborate with you. So this way you can produce newer versions and work with them and help produce a new product that can be sold worldwide, used by our users all over the world. So this way you can make enormous impact. And this is something I really like to promote, as a concept, and encourage everyone to think about this approach. And of course, if your work is very successful, definitely people will create various global pages for you. They will release a new version for you. They will even help you to build such a software system.
Very well,
Rajiv, yeah.
If you can,
so with this, let me, So you can see this is a quite tough job actually. I can say definitely appreciate it. I might be just showing you just tip of success, but actually it involves hard work. And from that perspective, we have leaders in the conference, university leaders, and of course my colleagues who are attending conference from all over the world. They all know about it, and they can tell you more about it. So let me stop here, and thank you all of you for this opportunity to briefly share my thoughts as part of this conference. And CC Grid Conference is here to support such activity, and we look forward to working with you in the in the future. And of course, those researchers who are attending, please think about this, and then perhaps the next year conference would feature more explicitly such approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot, Raj. Raj, thank you a lot. It was a real pleasure to have you here. And now we continue with the program. And some greetings from the Ordine Ingegneri. No, rimani qua, sì, rimanere, don't worry. So we invite, unfortunately, Santi Trovato cannot attend. Daniela Ruggeri can say some, you can take the floor there. Vai là.
Buongiorno a tutti, io sono qui a porgere i saluti dell'Ordine degli Ingegneri della provincia di Messina, in sostituzione del Presidente Ingegnere Santi Trovato, che non ha potuto partecipare per impegni improvvisi. Ringrazio l'Università, chiaramente il professore Villari, per l'opportunità di partecipare a questa iniziativa di carattere internazionale. a dimostrazione che l'università è presente al passo, rappresenta un volano rispetto agli impulsi che la società provenienti dal mondo reale è fondamentali per i nostri giovani, per la formazione e per il futuro dei nostri giovani. Noi saremo sempre, come Ordine degli Ingegneri, al fianco dell'università a promuovere questo tipo di iniziative appunto importanti per far sì che i nostri ragazzi possano trovare nuove professioni, per una particolare spinta proprio ad andare anche oltre la semplice formazione. Vi ringrazio ancora per l'invito. Basta.
Grazie,
Chiudo
grazie
qua.
Daniela.
Grazie. Buongiorno.
Applause. Now we go for Giuseppe Falsea, Presidente degli Ordini degli Architetti. The floor is yours, Pino.
Sì, Pino va meglio. Mi giro se mi chiamano così, altrimenti è difficile. Siamo tanti Giuseppe nella mia famiglia, quindi così Pino sono
identificabile.
certo di essere io. È straordinario questo luogo, è straordinario essere qui. Stiamo per avere l'ordine di pianificatori e conservatori a dare il patrocinio a un evento che sembra porre veramente Messina al centro del Mediterraneo sui ragionamenti complessivi che riguardano forse ho spento il microfono, no? Ora l'ho riacceso. Ed è straordinario vedere in questa sala, che desta emozioni, vi devo dire, e vedere tanti giovani di tanti paesi che si ritrovano qui evidentemente perché il percorso che ha intrapreso l'Università degli Studi di Messina evidentemente è quello giusto, è quello che riesce a coinvolgere, che riesce ad attirare, che riesce a fare ciò che dovrebbe fare una città, diventare attrattiva. Una città come quella di Messina purtroppo in declino perché perde abitanti, perdendo abitanti perde funzioni. Questi eventi aiutano a riportare l'interesse verso questa città. Noi parteciperemo oggi pomeriggio a una serie di panel di confronto su temi che riguardano più direttamente la categoria che io mi trovo qui a rappresentare. Noi siamo un ente pubblico, non siamo un'associazione e neanche un sindacato, quindi non guardiamo agli interessi della categoria. So che forse qualche architetto presente qui in sala storcerà il muso. Noi ci occupiamo del bene collettivo, ci occupiamo di tentare di fare stare meglio la gente nei territori che abita. Questo è un evento che non poteva non vederci partecipi. Noi auguriamo a tutti buon lavoro, ringraziamo il professore Villari, il magnifico rettore, per averci chiamato, e sono certo che sarà una giornata intensa ma certamente interessante e formativa. Grazie.
Thank you, Pino. Now we go for Messina Mediterranean Architecture Foundation. I invite on the floor Architetto Valentina Marchetta to give us the greetings, and then we start with the presentation, okay?
Buongiorno a tutti, io sostituisco il mio presidente della Fondazione degli Architetti di Messina, l'architetto Anna Carulli, della quale porto i saluti, che per motivi istituzionali non è qui con noi, e di tutto il consiglio di amministrazione della Fondazione. Siamo ben lieti di essere qui presenti oggi, ringraziamo l'Università di Messina impegnata in questo bellissimo convegno. La Fondazione è sempre sensibile a partecipare a questi convegni, soprattutto si impegna molto alla partecipazione impegnata negli obiettivi, a raggiungere obiettivi di ecosostenibilità, soprattutto per la città di Messina. E per il nostro territorio, a tutela del nostro territorio, sempre legata ai giovani, tutti i temi che oggi verranno trattati anche successivamente nel pomeriggio. Grazie a tutti.
Grazie. I have a short video for presenting the university, and then we start with the other presentation. Can you hear the video?
The University of Messina is a point of reference not only for the area of the Studi di Messina, but is also a training place where knowledge and culture can be exchanged, socializing in an increasingly international context. There are 4 campuses located throughout the city.
Non si sente?
University Hospital Campus, the Annunziata Campus.
So, good sign. We go for the DK. Okay. So now is a time for Professor DK Panda. It's really a pleasure for us to have him because he's coming from University of Ohio. So DK is here, Professor Panda is here for presenting design intelligent cyber infrastructure to solve AI problems. An overview of NSF AI Institute, iCycle. And what to say, it's really an important person, as you can imagine, because he's a professor, a distinguished scholar, computer science in Ohio State University. He's published, don't remember, DK 5 or 6 papers, or 500 maybe, only a few. With a lot of contribution to the community. Repeat, we are really proud to have him here presenting his work. DK, the floor is yours, okay?
Thank you.
On screen the monitor.
Subito.
Good morning, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here in the beautiful city of the Sicily. This is my first time. I think it has been very enjoyable experience for the last 18 hours or so. Thanks, Massimo, and the colleagues for organizing this. We have been having weekly conference calls for so many months, but I think it is coming to fruitful things. And So today I'll be just sharing a little bit of things. There is a new NSF AI Institute which has come up. So I just want to share that. If you take, some of you are very familiar with the traditional scientific computing. I mean, that field is evolving. It is continuously needing more and more computing power. But a lot of things have changed over the last decade or so. So here is a very overview of how much data is being generated every minute of a day. If you take a look at it, just like think of any of the entry here, YouTube, 694,000 hours of videos are being uploaded every minute. Okay, so if you think of like a classification of videos, tagging videos, just think how much kind of computing power is needed. The same thing also happens with every other things. For example, like Instagram, 65,000 photos are being uploaded. So like this, the list keeps on going. But it's not just the big data and the computing. Now all of you are familiar with the AI, machine learning, deep learning. So that is totally changing the way we want to design the next generation systems. Very common examples which affects all of us, like machine learning for credit card fraud detection. Okay, many of you might have experienced with this. Professor Dr. Van Nation, we are talking just coming in the bus. His credit card was charged wrongly in Brazil when we had gone. Even every minute we want to detect if somebody is charging us wrongly. Okay, you need enough computing power in the end. Self-driving cars, as you know, that is kind of the panacea of this field. And gradually you see, this is a very nice thing in the OSU campus these days. We have miniature delivery carts. So you don't have to even go to, if you want to order some coffees, you just put it on your iPhone and a delivery cart like this comes on. It has totally mapped the campus and automatically it does obstacle detection. It is like a miniature self-driving car. So you can see these kind of things are coming into the practice. And this will have a very significant impact in the next few years with this kind of instrumentation. How do you distribute the groceries, food, packages, mails? You will see a lot of instruments will be coming, and we need to design systems for that. The field of medicine is totally hungry for AI. Okay, so think of very simple things like pathology. We go to doctors, and doctors take the samples. The pathologist try to do things, analyze what kind of diseases we might have. But it takes a pathologist, let's say, might be 10 or 15 minutes to look at a slide. But the question is, can machines learn? So that the pathologists, they don't have to spend like 15 minutes, they can do it in 2 minutes. So by the time the pathologists start looking at the slide, the machine is already telling that, oh, this person might have these 5 diseases, okay? Because so many slides are being generated every day, can we come up with a deep learning model to learn from this? So the same thing happens with radiology. So it has a significant benefits. If we can achieve this, it will reduce the diagnosis time, making pathologists very productive, and especially reduce the healthcare cost. In US, the healthcare cost is rapidly going in the last 20 years, and people want to reduce that cost. Same thing you see like a digital agriculture. Think of like all over the world, I mean, there is a very big demand, the population is increasing, how do you harvest things properly with less kind of a environmentally friendly solutions. So think of like a field. These days, if you want to like spray fertilizers, there is only uniform solution. Now the question is, can I make it precision? Just like a precision medicine, can I do precision agriculture? A drone can fly over the field, and automatically in real time, you try to match it with your deep learning model and say that, okay, this part of the field needs more fertilizer, or this part of the field needs more pesticides. And same thing can also happen in the harvest. So as you can see, this field is evolving with a lot of societal issues. And in that context, if you take a look at from the computer science, there is a very nice synergy taking place between HPC, deep learning, machine learning, and big data. And this is where a lot of challenges are happening, and I saw it like in a positive cycle, just like in economy, we are in a very positive cycle in the field of computer science. Once we design better HPC machines, it is trying to help us to design better deep learning, machine learning solutions, big data solutions, and once people feel comfortable, they are looking for more HPC power. So as long as we can continue this field in this positive manner, both on the on-premise as well as on the cloud, we'll be in a good shape. So in that context, the bigger challenge is coming for the next decade. How do you design this kind of intelligent cyber infrastructure? When I say intelligent cyber infrastructure, it's like not just for like a local machine or a local cloud. You have distributed data. You have to do distributed computation, heterogeneous resources. So how do you design these kind of systems? So recently, to address that problem, we just got funded a $20 million from NSF, that is the National Science Foundation in US. They have a series of AI institutes. So I'm leading one of these institutes called Intelligent Cyber Infrastructure with Computational Learning in the Environment, or in abbreviation, is called ICYCLE. I have a very short video here. Let me play, and then we'll see. Is the audio? No. I think the audio is not coming. Can you just go back?
Okay. Go back.
No, start.
Start. The video start.
Audio is not coming.
It's not this.
Hmm?
It's not this. It's not this, the video.
No, video is there, but audio. Sorry for the technical problem. Yes. So we had tried this earlier today. Yeah.
I don't know. We have some problem with the audio.
Okay, go to a website. Open up a website. No.
You want...
Any Google or something.
Qual è il device, Francesco? Si è configurato opportunamente?
Just...
Un problema di audio.
There are some issue with the audio. I don't know.
Just say STFF colon
Attiviamo altri parlanti questi qua. Let's start again.
Okay.
YouTube or presentation?
Yeah, either way is fine. Presentation or just say iCycle. Just search iCycle.
Puoi chiamare di là Umberto, per favore? Se la regia.
There's a video here. There's a video here. Can you play? Just press that. Yeah.
Let me open this audio. Prendo l'uscita del come siamo. Dai. YouTube è qua, Teams è qua. Funziona così.
A policymaker wants to know how land use policies will affect a region's biodiversity. A farmer is concerned about how new weather patterns will affect crop yield, while food distributors and public health officials are concerned with how supply chain disruptions will affect deliveries of nutritious foods to communities. Current technology can provide data and models to tackle grand challenges such as biodiversity, conservation, and agricultural and food system resilience. But it still lacks the infrastructure to link across data and models seamlessly to answer complex questions from diverse stakeholders' perspectives. Even AI experts are challenged to create standardized solutions across domains because a standardized cyber infrastructure integration with AI just doesn't exist. Enter Icicle, intelligent cyber infrastructure with computational learning in the environment. Icicle is an institute dedicated to building a national AI-driven computational infrastructure that functions as a utility, much like our electricity, water, and transportation infrastructure. This new utility will enable the delivery of AI to end users with the flick of a switch, enlightening solutions for imminent problems of national, regional, and local importance. Icicle will provide an operational rationale and framework for a cyber infrastructure that delivers wide and easy access to smart computing, plus a conversational interface that allows stakeholders from diverse domains to ask questions and receive answers informed by currently available data and knowledge. For example, food distributors, emergency food agency managers, and logistics company executives might ask, which food supply chains will likely be affected by an approaching storm? The Icicle conversation agent might respond with, I will predict future states of your regional supply chain under forecasted weather scenarios and evaluate alternative scenarios. Okay? Upon confirmation, Icicle would then retrieve satellite data on weather, connect to weather forecast models, acquire inventory data for food producers, processors, distributors, transportation networks, wholesalers, and retailers throughout the region. Use AI models to forecast supply chain conditions from a baseline and alternative logistics that maintain consistent food supply for vulnerable populations, and estimate supply chain disruptions based on historical and current data from other locations, mindful of privacy. Icicle will go even further by accessing high-performance computing centers to backcast and learn how reconfigured landscape-scale precision agricultural production and distribution systems could integrate with alternative supply chain infrastructure to avoid similar future disruptions. Using an orchestra of smart cyber infrastructure elements, Icicle produces a symphonic answer that improves outcomes for diverse stakeholders. Icicle holds the potential to transform today's AI landscape from a series of fragmented tools for use by a few to one where democratized AI and integrated plug-and-play architecture empower diverse end users with knowledge and data flows that are science-based, traceable, transparent, reusable, and trustworthy. Introducing AI for CI for AI. AI for everyone.
Just go to the next one. Next one. Yeah, just present. So as you can see, this is a very big vision. And the the objective is to really I think this is
you can unmute the speaker, Francesco.
Hello?
Okay, please.
The slides. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Okay. So the broad objective is to exactly like what we saw in the video, to have these kind of solutions which are very plug and play nature. I mean, just think of like a farmer can use it, a store clerk can use it. They don't have to spend hours of programming with TensorFlow, PyTorch, kind of things, and to find out computing power. Everything will happen behind the scene, and that is the way we want to democratize the AI. So this is a very big team. There are 14 universities participating. There are around 46 investigators, and together with students and staffs, we are almost like 100 people working on this project. It just started in November 2021, and as you can see, like we have a lot of universities. OSU is the lead, but Ohio Supercomputer Center, RPI, University of Delaware, Indiana, Wisconsin, Iowa State, Texas Advanced Computing Center, University of Utah, San Diego Supercomputing Center, UC California, Davis, and IC Food are involved. And this is a very big team. I don't want to go into all the details. But as I saw in the video, the thing basically happens from the edge. You get the data, and then it is trying to go into the near edge, cloud, HPC data center, and this is where the cyber infrastructure is sitting behind the scene, which will try to satisfy or provide the solution. So I gave some examples of digital agriculture, but we also have animal ecology, like the conservation, the wildlife conservation, and also the food security or smart food set, how do we design? So these three are the broad objectives. And within that, now if you go into the computer science, there is a lot of heterogeneity. Heterogeneity in computation, context, data, model, and interface. And to handle these, we have all these different proposed abstraction layers: an intelligent cyber infrastructure, adaptive AI, federated learning, knowledge graphs, model commons, and on the top, there's a lot of focus on conversational AI. So these are the kind of the details, like we want to design foundational systems AI. How do you design scalable knowledge graphs, model commons, adaptive AI, federated learning, and conversational AI? Then we have a big focus on CI for AI, like that cyber infrastructure for AI. So this is where like high performance training, high performance data management, edge intelligence, adaptive edge wireless, and control and coordination issues come in. Then we have the reverse, AI for CI. This is a very interesting trend which is coming. Like as we develop new next generation CI systems, can the machines themselves learn how to design the next generation system? So we are using AI for CI. So for example, if some of you are working on, let's say, scheduling, resource management scheduling has been a topic covered in the CC grid for almost 20, 30 years. But the question is, can machines learn the characterization so that next time you are trying to schedule, it will automatically know, this is how I should partition the application. This is how I should schedule either on this time, this place, or the other places. So that is also a very big focus. And I talked about these three different use-inspired science. So these are some of my colleagues. We are actually working with not just computer scientists, but scientists from food and agriculture, like in the left, Professor Scott Sierra. So he has been working like how exactly you do this personalized nutrient and pest management. So you can fly a drone, and then as you can see, the drone will automatically tell what kind of diseases these plants have. And then automatically it connects to a sprayer, and that sprayer will come and then spray it in a personalized manner. Okay, so we want to make that concrete cycle work. Same thing with water management, because every farmer wants actually to have the best yield with the lowest cost. And a lot of places nowadays, the water gets, you just spray water, a lot of times the water gets wasted. If you have too much water, you don't have a good yield. If you have less water, you don't have the good yield. So you have to exactly balance out. So these are the kind of the things what we are working on. And the broadly thing, we'll be trying to put together the software architecture here. We are working with Texas Advanced Computing Center. There is a software project called TAPIS. So that has been existing for some years. We are trying to build on top of that and make this software available. So as a whole, as you can see, this cycle, we have not only CI for plug-and-play AI, intelligent CI, field sales to HPC cloud, but we also have a lot of focus on workforce development, knowledge transfer, educational outreach. So those are also the very big focus on this AI Institute. And this is where we are actually looking forward from this project point of view, like looking at 2035, 2040, like next 15 years, 20 years, how do we design this intelligent cyber infrastructure? So I'll stop here. And this is where we are looking for a lot of collaboration opportunities all over the globe. And if any one of you are interested, we'll be very happy to talk with you. Thank you.
Thank you, DK. Thank you, DK. Let me say it was a really an interesting presentation, and I think also people that don't belong to ICT understand where to talk each other. You mentioned medicine, you mentioned agriculture, you mentioned any facility, because in some way we have to save food, water, yes, to save the planet in some way. And we are really committed, we are really interested to do it. Thank you, DK. Thank you, Professor Panda.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now it's time for Roberto Di Bernardo, is from an important company here in Italy, DRDK Homer the others. The company is named Ingegneria Informatica SPA. They are really quite active in European projects. I am sure that some of you that participate in European initiative, you know engineering. And today Roberto is here for presenting data space as a used instrument to support digital and green twin transition. And repeat, is a senior researcher, and let me say also a big friend of mine. And thank you for joining us in the area of open government R&D group. And is looking for a public service innovation lab and some other story. Dear Roberto, the floor is yours, okay?
Thank you. Presentation. Hello, good morning. It's a real pleasure for me being here with you. Thanks, Massimo, Professor Villari, for inviting us. Many thanks also to the university, to the Dean Cuzzocrea for the invitation. It's amazing to be here at the university in the city of Messina. We have been collaborating with several years now on the research project, and be in particular in between several amazing speakers. I will do a brief introduction about engineering, the concept of data space and the strategy that Europe is putting to support the implementation of data space. Briefly, I belong to Engineering Informatica, that is the mother company of Engineering Group, that is a multinational group with headquarters in Italy. We support our customers through the journey of the digital transformation, providing consultancy services, but also product and service. For this is important, and we do believe in research, because support us looking at emerging technology trends, emerging business trends, but also be involved in innovation network at Europe level, but even worldwide. The research laboratory of my company counts about 450 in between researchers and data scientists, and distributed in 5 main research teams. One of those is the open public service innovation. That is the laboratory I'm worked with. Here are the key topics. So we focus on smart government, augmented territories, and smart water and environment. As mentioned, it's important the Europe and worldwide network. This picture gives you some name about initiative, association we are working with at European level. In particular, I want to mention Fiber Foundation, because as a lab we are co-leading the Smart Cities Domain Committee and the Water Domain Committee. Big Data Valley Association, where we are leading the Smart Governance and Smart Cities sub-working group, and Water Europe, where we are co-leading the digital water system and interoperability. Now, it's just to try to connect some dots about the speech today. We have today the orders of the architects and engineering from Messina, the province of Messina. It's what is really important now. One of the biggest challenges we have is to put the basis for livable urban environment in the future. Because one fact, at the moment, more than 70% of the global greenhouse gas emission comes from city. Another element, predictions say that by 2050, more than 85% of Europeans will live in cities. This put a tremendous stress on urban environment. The Commission is pushing for specific strategy, in particular through the mission. There is one that is the 100 climate city neutral by 2030 that wants to create and put the basis for a high hub in Europe, 100 high hubs in Europe that can support the fact that the climate neutral development of European cities. But how to achieve this? Not easy. One of the key elements is, of course, the use of leveraging data. But today we learn a lot about AI, about HPC, but there is another element I want to add to this, another ingredient that is about the availability of data and the accessibility of data. Because looking at the numbers, only 7% of government data are open and accessible externally to the municipality or the government body. And about this data, only the 12% of cities' data are really analyzed for decision making. So this is creating a big challenge implementing decision or evidence-based decision-making processes. How the Commission is moving on this? Well, there is the European Data Strategy. We have the European Governance Act, the Data Governance Act, the Data Act, the Open Data Directive. What is the European Commission is trying to push is for increasing the availability of data and for the reuse of this data in order to have an effective and responsible use of this data, and in order to also facilitate the creation of new projects, new products, and services. Within this strategy, we had the implementation, well, the push for the more and more making available what they call A-value datasets. They are free data, mainly focusing on specific topics. We are talking about georeferential, geospatial data, Earth observation, statistics, business, environmental mobility data. And another element is the implementation of data spaces. Data spaces as environment driven by stakeholders that are defined by sectoral approach, reach of data with different degree of openness, and supported by tools that allow data sharing and pooling. So this is the full chain of the European strategy for data, moving from a free flow of data and then go down with increasing the quality of those data that will be made available based on European rules and values, and then supported by specific rules for data sharing that are fair and practical. Within this picture comes from the BDVA, so Big Data Valley Association, providing a position paper on European government data sharing space. The key element of the government data sharing space is, of course, trust, but there are 5 main pillars that support the implementation of data space. That are, of course, data, so free movement of data, and data sharing by design principle, governance, again, we should be based on rules, European rules and European principle, people to guarantee personal data, so privacy by design, but also supporting a fair compensation on monetization of personal data. But again, to enforce the labor market, also to support reskilling and upskilling of people. Then organization, because sharing by design must be included in the normal data management at each organization, within each organization, and of course, technology. This could be implemented only by putting the different stakeholders together, so society, academia, public sector, and of course industry, in pushing for implementing or better reinforcing some specific business model. I would like to stress here in particular the governance to business and the business to governance model. I had the pleasure had some conversation with one of the director of Eurostat that showed the interest, the importance to sharing data in between statistical institute and private entity. This was stressed also by ISTAT because the Statistical National Institute can leverage on new data available provided by the private entity. Here, of course, taking care about confidentiality rules. Emanuele Baldacci is the person I would like to mention from Eurostat. Another stress is about to improve governance to governance, government to government business model. Again, moving data from the central government to the local one to achieve impact. Here, of course, I already mentioned the opportunity that are for the business, for the science, for the public body, but also to the citizens. In particular, I want to stress that making more available data can support science, of course, can support business, public bodies, because more data available means possibly improve decision-making process, even or in particular making use of AI-based technology and services. Of course, there are several challenges to implement this strategy, to actually implement data space. Inter-organizational concern, of course, because it's important to implement ethical framework, to provide ethical framework, to provide governance models, and pushing for the emergence of standards, talking about technology in particular. And intra-organizational constraint, in particular, creating a good balance in between the perceived value of data, but on the other side, the risk of sharing this data, so losing control of this data. So the call for action that was identified within the Big Data Value Association is to create a convergence, immediate convergence, and align the different initiatives, support actual deploy. So thanks to research, further research and investment on R&D activities, on relevant technology for data sharing, data usage control, privacy by design, and confidentiality. But this should be supported by a further push on standardization activities and on experimentation, in particular through cross-border and cross-sectorial use case, and of course, increasing the awareness. These are some international initiatives that are supporting the strategy. Big Data Valley Association, mainly from the research perspective and putting the strategic agenda. The industrial data space, in particular, supporting the secure and exchange of data in between businesses. Fireware Foundation that support the definition of open sources, implementation of enabler that can support the implementation of this concept. Gaia-X that is putting at European level a data infrastructure based on cloud and edge service. And the newborn, just last year, Data Space Business Alliance that put together Fireware business, the Big Data Value Association and the industrial data space to support the business, new business model and sustainability. Last but not least, of course, the European Commission with the Digital European Programme wants to provide fund for the actual implementation of data space, but not only, because data space, as mentioned at the beginning of my speech, is just a piece of the overall puzzle that put together AI, cloud, edge. Last point, of course, this is a process I mentioned that is both from top down, but also bottom up. In particular, I want to make reference to the movement, Living In.eu movements, pushed by the Commission together with some other association, Open and Agile Smart Cities, Eurocities, to support the digital transformation of cities and local communities as a citizen-centric approach and city-led approach. This provides a picture that is a stack they suggest for the implementation of this strategy, having the infrastructure, the data space as a key layer, on top of which build a local data platform and local digital twin. To support an overall strategy that, as said in the title of my presentation, is the to instant transition, means digital, but also green. And with this, I finish my presentation. Many thanks.
Thank you, Roberto. Stay there, Roberto. It's impressive, 7.6 billion euros. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, and this is a program that it's going in parallel with Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe more or less could be seen as a prosecution of H2020, forcing a little bit more on innovation than research. But the Digital Europe program goes beyond. So it's more about, really more about CSA, so creating awareness, putting together an initiative, and deployment part. So this is making things real in Europe, in Europe territories.
Just to follow the others like US and the others, and we know China and India. Thank you a lot, Roberto, for the brilliant presentation as before. An announcement. Repeat, we apologize with the people of CC Grid. The badge is here now. When you finish, you can get the registration. You take your badge. It's ready. And only one recommendation for two more people, Alberto Consani and Antonio Cerqua. Then we stop for the break because Granita is waiting for us and we have to stop at 11:30. So let's introduce Antonio Alberto Consani. You can take the floor, Alberto. It's a real pleasure to have him. He is a Senior Executive Advisor in Business Integration Partner, well known as BIP company. and is here to introduce something that's really important for us, guys. We know Roberto, but also the others, of the stressful aspect of impact, commercialization. Alberto is here with us to explain it with the title of his presentation, Quality and ROI Challenges in CRM Project. The floor is yours, Alberto. Thank you.
Thank you, Massimo. My presentation is going to be a little bit different from what you saw so far. And the reason is I'm trying to focus on the application of technology, not on the development only of technology. So in order to make me clear as much as possible, I'm going to tell a little bit of my life, of my story. I am an engineer. I took a degree in a master degree in engineering in 1976, so a few years ago, just yesterday, and with Laude in Bologna. And then I was hired by IBM. For me, at that moment, IBM was the maximum I could imagine to join a company. And I discovered after, they wanted just people, programmers. So I entered IBM to develop code. I didn't know, and I realized after, that as soon as they saw you dealing with a customer and doing the right thing, they moved from developing, from coding, to selling. And that imprinted my life for 46 years in the business. Since I understood in IBM how important it is to sell. You can be in the best company in the world. You can have the best product in the world. If you don't sell them, you will never go anywhere. So I started applying my engineering skill to the sales processes. And this has been my entire life specialization. So my presentation today is to help you with so many young people in the room, to understand what is going on outside the university and how important is it is a booming booming phenomena around the CRM, customer relationship management. CRM is an application of artificial intelligence, business intelligence, security. All the technology that you saw today are applied also in a customer relationship management environment in order to develop the best relationship from a person, from your client, and your company. If you don't develop a good relationship, you will never sell anything. Even if you are talking with an IVR, with a chatbot, or with a call center, at the end, there is always a customer and a company that wants to sell. And in order to make this successful, you have to follow very strict rules. Unfortunately, it is not easy to apply those rules because technology is very complex. And if you don't apply these technologies, which are unbelievable, you can do everything with today's technologies, but they are too complex sometimes in order to be used by the people. So my presentation is going to help you to understand how tough it is and what you can do with a company like BIP, but not only with BIP, in your future, if you are interested in this environment, in order to develop your professions, your career, and to become successful. The second title for my presentation is 9 Pills for 11 Headaches. So let me start. Headaches means mal di testa in Italian, no? So let me start telling you why I'm talking about headaches. Those are comments from the major analysts, Gartner, Forrester, so the one that everybody read every day about. And they say, very synthetically, I'm not going to go through all of this, that because something is wrong in the mechanism, company buys technology in the CRM environment and apply them, something is wrong. So you spend a lot of money, but then the return of the investment of all this money is not successful enough. In the year 2021, last year, there was 500 million euros of customer expenditure associated with new licenses of Salesforce. Salesforce is the leading platform provider, so everybody knows about Salesforce. You are going to get, I think, a presentation from Salesforce later on today. So what is a customer platform? It's a platform bringing together all the technology that you can imagine with only one objective, to provide a customer relationship management environment that can do everything you need to make successful your sales and marketing activities with a customer. But if you don't do the right thing, you can make mistakes, and those mistakes are the 11 headaches that I'm going to tell you about. In the next, from now to 26, so in the next 4 years, there will be 93,000 people hired in this business. 93,000 people. So if you are looking for jobs, if you are looking to secure your future, look at this presentation and try to understand what we are talking about. So why we have 11 headaches? Because things are not properly done. The business buy Salesforce. I'm talking about Salesforce, but I could tell about Microsoft or Pegasystems. There are few customer platforms as we mentioned them. So the business buy and then say to the IT, please install this software. IT didn't know anything about, so they don't like it. They would have done something different, and the result is that the business and IT doesn't speak together. They are not in team together, and they don't collaborate in the proper way. The second, business requirements are not well understood. If you don't understand what the company wants to do with a CRM, you are not going then to do the right thing. Business IT doesn't speak together, so they are not aligned. SI stands for system integrators. Most of these things has been deployed by system integrators. And the system integrators are very technical company, very good company, but very technical. So they don't speak enough with the business. If you don't speak with the business, you cannot then implement the technical things in the proper way, and so on. I don't want to go through all of these. I want just to make sure that you understand that there are a lot of things that creates problems that are preventing companies from enjoying a lot of the money they spent. At this point, I am a kind of architect which has been developing this go-to-market. Go-to-market stands for what you have to do to make successful your initiative. And I want to bring you end by end through the 9 pills. The analogy is, if I have an headache, I take a pill to cure it. So those 9 pills are the way we are helping our customer to behave with a CRM in order to make it successful and to enjoy the investment. The first pill is this one. If you don't create the KPI and you don't set the right strategy, you don't develop your go-to-market, and you don't create the KPI, the key performance indicator, in order to measure the advancement of your activities, you will never be able to measure the progress of your investment. With the KPI, you can measure what you do, and you can always be sure that you are doing the right things or not, in order to recover if something is wrong. Second is authority services. You have to help your customer to understand how complex is this environment in order for them to make the right choice in the right moment. There are a lot of customers that buys a lot of things without necessarily understanding them, spending a lot of money and not having the right return of the investment. Then manage requirement. Requirement is the business is explaining someone what they want to have from a good CRM implementation. So I have to go in front of a business and say, what do you want to do with this solution? And this is the problem. If I have people not skilled, not senior, they don't know the industry processes. So if I put a person in front of a business and they don't know about automotive, about financial service industry, about la grande distribuzione organizzata, if they don't know the processes of the customer, they are not able to discuss with the customer and to understand what the customer wants to do. Most of the system integrator, they don't have industry processes, industry know-how. So they put young people, like yourself, with no real experience on the industry processes, and the requirements are not good enough. If you don't have good enough requirement, when you start preparing your installation, your machine, it is quite common that what you do is not good enough. And so you start developing things that are not good enough. Then you have to have an agile cycle in order to bring business, IT, and technology together and build a prototype, a fast prototype. So if you build a prototype, the customer can understand if what you are going to develop is good. If it is not good, he can recognize that it's not good before developing the entire code. And you don't have to wait for the entire development to discover after 6 months that you have developed something that is not exactly what you wanted to have. Then application maintenance. If you don't develop the right things, the right software, then the application maintenance goes bananas. You can spend a fortune in application maintenance, and you eat all the budget that you have developed for that initiative. Then, last but not least, you have people that are supposed to use the application that you develop. If you don't help these people to maximize the utilization, if you don't bring them by hand in order to understand what you have developed and how they can take advantage of the application, you don't maximize the adoption. We are asked by many customers that has been spending millions and millions of applications, and they don't have people using the systems. So they ask why you don't use the system. And the business says, I don't know what it's all about. I didn't understand X, Y, Z. I try to use it, but it doesn't work, because nobody has been bringing these people hand by hand in order to maximize the adoption of the software. I hope this is clear enough. And this comes from something special, which is bringing business and IT end-to-end in a single game. They have to work together. The system integrators, most of the times, forget that there is a business person on the other side. They focus on technology and not on the result of the application of the right technology to the right person. This is the secret of the success. Why we did it is, because we are a special company. Our name is Business Integration Partners. Why business integration and not system integration? Because we bring together business and IT. And we've been growing faster than anybody else in Italy. We are more than 4,000 people. We are the largest Italian professional service organization. We are now buying companies all over the world. And we have the objective by 2026 to become one of the 10 largest professional service organizations in the world. And we would like to bring what the automotive, Ferrari, Lamborghini, so the Italian touch also in the professional service business. Because we believe that us as Italian, we have more fantasy, we are more focusing on customer, we are more reading things which are not normally understood by everybody else. So we have more into it. We have more fantasy. We are more innovative. And doing this in a very professional service organization where everybody is engineer and they don't look around like we do, it can make the difference. We've been hiring more than 1,000 people last year in one single year in Italy. So we are very, very good in hiring people and bringing them at work. And since I've been explaining about BIP, let me also position BIP. When we say that BIP is in the between business and high-tech and technology, this slide helps you to understand what I'm talking about. On the top left, in the higher part of the slide on the left, you see McKinsey, BCG, the major management consulting company. They do good strategy, they develop good PowerPoints, but then they don't help a client to develop what they designed. They are good designers, good inventors, but they don't bring clients to make it happen. If you go in the lower part on the right, you see the system integrator world. And they are very good in implementing things, but they don't speak with the business enough. We, BIP, have been growing faster than anybody else because we have been in the middle. We focus on this central space, and we've been growing our business fast. This is what I wanted to tell you. I hope I've been envisioning a good opportunity to work, a good opportunity to apply technologies to a real-life business, which is sell, marketing and sell better than anybody else in order to make your company successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot, Alberto. You said really on time in your presentation, your time slot, and let me say thank you also for this. There is the chance, I want to remark, we have the speakers in the afternoon, and it will be in Italian. It's a really pleasure because it's kind of brainstorming help a lot us. And thank you, Alberto. Now we go for Antonio Cerque. I promise we stop. Antonio will do it fast and say thank you a lot for this, and then we go for Granita. So Antonio Cerque is the group of AlmaWave SPA. Antonio Cerque is the Director of Technology Consulting in AlmaWave. It's a company from Almaviva, specialized in artificial intelligence and data analysis. We understood this is the main topic nowadays in this moment. And he's graduated in communication engineering in 2009 in Naples, Partenope. So today he's introducing us the role of big data AI in a smart city ecosystem. Antonio, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Started direct from a few words about AlmaWave. AlmaWave is a company of Almaviva Group and works only with data and AI technologies. It's divided in two macro area, technology macro area, tech lab that work on the product, AI product, and operations that work on AI technology, best of breed, and open source. The main technology and product suite are Iride, Audioma, and Mastro that are constituted by NLP algorithm, knowledge extraction, and text-to-speech and speech-to-text. In 2022, with M&A process, we have acquired two companies that work on location intelligence that are Datapil Company and Sister. Datapil Company works on data of location intelligence starting from sentiment and social text. And Sister start with data from predictive maintenance in smart city and utilities ecosystem. I want to start with the EU definition. I like it so much because the EU definition starts with they say that the ecosystem is not with the player, is not innovative, but the innovation of ecosystem and of smart city are in the interaction of this player. Players that are the same about 10 years ago, people, IT application and IoT device. But the interaction is innovative, and the interaction technology is very, very difficult because every player of this ecosystem generate data that are more complex and different. For example, the people generate data like sentiment on social, positioning. The IT application generate data, structured data and non-structured data from enterprise applications, smart city, website and app. And the IoT device generate data like video, imaging, satellite, and structured data from gateway and sensor. For build a smart city, we must do a technology ecosystem. We must build a technology ecosystem. Like, for example, a smart city platform that I see 4 macro categories in a smart city platform. For categories like IoT and integration layer, for collection of the data from device and sensor, the data lake and analytics layer to realize the aggregation of this data and extract the value with the AI tools and machine learning tools. Control room, that is a system to represent this layer aggregation, this knowledge aggregation, and the vertical application. The smart city platform must have a set of capabilities for work very well. For example, full API oriented for interoperability, security by default and by design is a problem in this year. Work with the standard protocol for generated and non-lock-in vendor. Must have AI tools and analytic tools. Deployable on container infrastructure for implements the horizontal and vertical scalability on the infrastructure. Now I want to show some use case, smart city use case that we have realized also in Messina and in the other city. Starting from pattern recognition and object detection from intelligence video analytics. This is important, for example, because a pattern recognition can improve the smart city security. For example, host abandonment, or object detection, like, for example, people count, ability the smart city to realize a DSS. Moreover, improve the work of the people that work in the city. Because, for example, an old generation camera forces the staff to watch TVCC continuously, and knows it's a good job for the people that see every day this video. And the violations are identified better and in real time. Another use case is the AI and analytics starting from satellite imaging. For example, crop identification and building identification. If we start from identification of buildings to verify the possible presence of illegal one, and this is possible correlated the data, the satellite data that was elaborated with the land registry for integration. The crop identification is useful for detect any anomalies between the declared crop and the real. Another use case with AI and with data fusion is the support the citizen with the PA procedure. For example, the chatbot and the virtual assistant on AI integrated with the application of the PA. And another example is the algorithm that predicts the PA procedure outcome. For example, the real-time output after a request for building work from the citizen. Another example that we have realized is a city digital twin. A city digital twin is a decision support system based on the smart city index, can assess the current state of the city and carry out the impact analysis by means of a simulation through digital representation of the city. The smart city index, we have identified the energy, the environment, the governance, the quality of life, the mobility, and this is all useful for build a decision support system from the PA and the smart city ecosystem. Now, there are the next step we can improve of a smart city. New pattern introduce, for example, new pattern and new player in the ecosystem. The first one is evolving a smart city into a smart region. The second one is involving investors, small and medium company into smart city ecosystem. And the third is develop a collaborative model with the central government. Now analyze the smart region pattern. In Italy, especially in Italy, ecosystem cannot be characterizing by analyzing only the city environment. For example, if I want to characterize the traffic in Messina, I must be analyzing the traffic flow starting from maybe Catania. And I must have all the data integrated into one layer that analyzes all the data and give to Messina City the forecast of the traffic mobility. To improve this scenario, we must do a smart region technology ecosystem that the technology are the same, but change the topology of this technology platform. Because the smart city platform is localized into for every smart city and improve the vertical application that for a single use case. But the region, in this case, collect all the data, make on top the AI, the analytics, the BI, and give the information on a data aggregation and data fusion for region. The technology that we have built, this scenario are the same for the smart region and smart city. IoT platform with the standard like MQTT, big data based on Hadoop, and data analytics based on tool like Spark, Flink, machine learning tool and deep learning tool based on TensorFlow, Keras. And geospatial vertical build with the open source like the open source and the tool vendor like Esri. Another use case of next step to give a value to small and medium company are AI for identify area potentiality and site selection. For example, if a city identify the best site, the best location for investment, can give this data to investor and the small company that want to put in this area a bar, a restaurant, an hotel, or any commercial activity. This data is possible collect only from smart city. A small company cannot have this data. Only the PA have this data, and only PA can work with this data to generate a value from there. Another use case of next step for the future are open data interoperability with central governance. Because the central governance can assess the impacts in relation of the investment made. The central governance can have the visibility of improvement of local PA. Instead, generates feedback and discussion and collaboration with all PA. Can give a feedback can have a feedback. Enable central governance to raise awareness of the future of investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Antonio. Thank you for this concrete use case. I like also to see, you know, sometimes we have to be concrete, see the picture with the eye, that we are able to count stuff. So now it's time for break. Just some information is on the site. You have to go underneath and to turn left, okay? It's outside. The Granita break. We meet here in 20 minutes, 11:50, 11:52. Okay, 20 minutes, we start again.
Okay.
Yeah, you can leave everything here. Come with us.
Prof. Chiaro, chiaro. Guarda, puoi cercarlo sicuramente ora nel corpo silenzio, perché è stato sotto, io non scendo. Ciao, come stai? Che dici? Ah, tu eri allora. Ma Salvo lavora, perché l'ho fatto io il page, no? Ho detto, ma Salvo lavora là. Benissimo, sono contento. Come ti trovi? Benissimo. Bene, bene. Allora, purtroppo siamo un pochino in ritardo, però capita. Io qui sono aula dei pericolanti e aula ex fisica. L'aula ex fisica è giurisprudenza, praticamente devi scendere sotto, esci fuori e vai a destra, ci sono dei segnali che ti portano lì. Io ora mi provo qualche collegamento. No, io non scendo, no, non scendo io però. Devo provare un paio di cose e poi vediamo. Ma dove l'hai caricata? Ah, l'hai caricata adesso? Ma non lo sono perché non li ho Sì, infatti, io penso che è la stessa cosa che chiederà a me, infatti ora vediamo. Chi fa adesso? Tu, Maria? No, adesso ancora, adesso c'è Franco, vediamo, devo fare una prova. Ma mi fai una cortesia, hai un pendrive? Riesci a passarmela sul pendrive? Perché? Non posso attaccare i pendrive al PC. Perché? Perché è privato. Me lo mandi se... Sì, ma devo riaccedere, c'è l'autenticazione a due fattori e devo fare una prova. Me la mandi per email per favore? Me... sì, sì, sì. Franco, ci sei? Mi senti?
Yes, sì, Francesco, ciao, mi senti? Sì. Pronto? Francesco, mi senti?
Pronto? Pronto?
Pronto, sì?
Ok, Franco. Ci sono. Ci sono.
Ma mi senti e mi vedi?
Io ti sento e ti vedo. Tu mi senti e ti vedi?
Sì,
Mi
sì,
vedi?
va benissimo. Sì, sì, sì. Beh, insomma c'è un po', come si dice,
C'è il rumore,
scambio.
infatti sto chiamando i tecnici. Perché abbiamo cambiato aula.
Ma senti, purtroppo io però al mezzogiorno e mezzo, mezzogiorno e un quarto devo andare, purtroppo.
Chiaro,
Quindi mi chiedevo se, tipo a mezzogiorno e mezza, mi chiedevo se fosse possibile, perché mi ero pianificato per le...
No, tu sei il prossimo comunque.
Ah, va
Chiamo
bene.
il prof che è sceso sotto al break e glielo dico.
scusami, volevo sapere, Francesco, se in questo momento diciamo, la connessione è aperta a tutti.
Io spero che l'abbiano chiusa. Spero che l'abbiano chiusa.
Va bene, non fa nulla, dai, capita. Va bene.
Era la prima
Aspetto un
volta,
vostro
penso, che
segnale,
fanno il remoto e
aspetto un vostro
fisico,
segnale
capisci?
allora, ok? Aspetto un vostro segnale, dico.
Va bene, faccio qualche telefonato un attimino. No, l'ho spostato perché abbiamo problemi con chiaro, se lo dovrebbero spostare. Non si spegne. Allora, ma se io... La cosa la vediamo dopo, appunto, per favore. Ok.
Franco, io essere sento solo che faccio così.
Sì. Però dico, qua non va aperto, non andava aperto completamente.
Ma scusa, non lo sapevo neanche. Con la palletta. Franco, ci sei?
Ora, dico, tu qua puoi uscire. Dico,
Ma prima non si sentiva nulla, vedi?
C'era un problema che abbiamo risolto in sala di...
ma mo fare una prova.
Sì, sì.
Qua sento il ritorno.
Non devi aprire, non ti devi aprire. Vai, chiudilo.
No, perché c'è la condivisione fermo con là. Ma come fanno loro a mandare le slide?
Lo condividiamo noi.
Quindi però quando loro aprono Teams, cioè io per ora a quello è quello è quello.
Mi condivide, lui pure questa cosa qua di condivisione.
Quindi di fatto noi non stiamo vedendo questa, ma stiamo vedendo quello. Franco, ci sei? Mi senti? Mi senti?
Mi sentite ora? Pronto, mi senti?
Un attimo, dico tu qua ora io vado...
C'è un rumore di sottofondo, c'è.
Sì.
Puoi uscire qua.
Mi state sentendo?
Sì,
Stai sentendo?
Sì, io ti sento. Tu mi senti?
Sì, ma c'è un certo ritorno, deve essere qualche microfono lì.
Esco da Teams. Ok. Sto chiudendo io, adesso si collegano i tecnici.
Va bene.
Ok. Mi senti, Franco? Prova.
Sì, sento molto meglio adesso. Mi sentite? Mi sentite? 1, 2, 3. Mi sentite? No. Pronto, mi sentite?
Sì, io ti sento. Tu mi senti?
Sì, avanti.
Sì, sto sentendo. L'importante è che si senta nell'aula.
Sì, va bene. Sentiamo e riceviamo, d'accordo. Se vuole parlare
Eccoci
con la
qua.
collega in aula, può parlare.
Allora,
Ottimo.
Si può rispondere dall'aula qualcuno? Cortesemente?
Prova, mi sentite? Professore, non dovevamo aprire Teams qua sopra.
La cosa importante è non parlare troppo vicino al microfono, per favore, dall'aula.
In realtà adesso...
In che senso? Come va in sequenza? Di andare via?
Sì, ci sente però.
No, voglio dire, Massimo, fammi sapere quando posso... Fammi sapere quando...
Abbiamo avuto un ritardo, scusaci Franco, però lo sai come sono queste cose. Io vorrei iniziare fra 10 minuti, alle 12, va bene?
Questo va bene, ma forse va bene se io intervengo per primo, così
No,
poi
tu interverrai per primo, non c'è dubbio.
No, per evitare...
No, era già previsto così, lo sanno gli altri, si mettono in coda. Si mettono in coda. Tu sei remoto, cerchiamo di mantenere i remoti più vicino al tempo possibile.
Ho notato nell'agenda un mio ex collega e caro amico, Radu Prodan, me lo saluti?
Certo, lo dico subito. Che bello. Allora fammi capire cosa abbiamo sbagliato qua.
No, ma voglio dire, l'ultima volta che ci siamo sentiti è stato tanto tempo fa. Va bene, comunque.
Adesso glielo dico, Franco.
Sì. Va bene. Ok, ci vediamo tra 10 minuti.
10 minuti. Sono
Sono
in coda
un istante
granita,
dalla
capiscili?
regia.
Sono in coda granita con panna, Franco, capiscili?
Ah no, questo non me lo devi dire. No, mi fai soffrire qui,
Mi ascolti da remoto cortesemente, se ha materiale da condividere possiamo fare una prova, sarebbe meglio, grazie.
Sì, vai Franco.
Lei vuole annoiarsi, se io gli
No, ma un attimo,
lei si annoierà.
una partenza soltanto per prova, un giro di prova per noi qui, per dimensionare la videata.
No, guardi, io la ringrazio, ma veramente non farò uso di slide, perché altrimenti...
Allora, va bene, nessun problema, allora, grazie. Grazie.
Bene.
C'è ancora, cortesemente, per fare una prova con la camera?
Sì, eccomi qua,
Sì,
guardi.
sì, giusto. Oh, benissimo. Grazie, grazie. Bene, bene anche la luce, tutto a posto. Grazie.
Vieni là. Bravi.
No, dobbiamo provare, Antonio. C'è qualcuno?
Sì, con chi vuole parlare?
Allora, no, volevo capire, quindi dal remoto attualmente noi la vediamo sullo schermo centrale, ok?
È affermativo, sì.
Ok,
Sì.
mentre quando poi torniamo in sala che succede? Devo avviare Teams?
No, lo commuterò io da qui praticamente.
Perfetto,
Glielo
va
faccio
bene.
vedere, glielo faccio vedere.
Non avevamo capito sta cosa, grazie.
Sì, no, prego. Eccolo lì, va bene?
Ok, perfetto, va benissimo.
Però in questo momento diamo priorità logicamente al
No,
remoto
certo,
e quindi...
certo, non mi stavo raccapezzando io,
No,
grazie
nessun
mille.
problema.
Gli abbiamo spiegato questa cosa. C'era Antonio che...
Franco Accordino, ciao, come stai caro? Franco Verendino, un caro abbraccio. Pronto? Mi senti? Rispondimi.
Oh, ciao!
Ciao Francuzzo,
Ciao.
mi vedi?
Certo, sì, sì.
Stai bene, tutto a posto, che piacere.
Bene.
Sono
Bene.
contento, va bene, vi auguro buon lavoro. Qua il professore fa cose in grande, veramente. Ciao, un abbraccio Francuzzo. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Guys, let's start.
Can you hear me?
I apologize, but really, believe me, it was quite tough to gather the people here after Granita. It was really a challenge.
You want us to sit here?
Of course. It's your seat. Omer, come here. So we are starting, guys. Please. So we know we have some other representation to do, but the person, remote person, asked me to start from him because he's in Brussels, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce Franco Cordino as the head unit investment in high capacity network. For European Commission is an important role, really. And today is going to present connectivity for digital transition, EU policy and investment. It's important for us for understanding what the European Commission is doing and how they are trying to push us. It's a real pleasure to have him because, as I said, he's an important representative of the European Commission. As I said, is the head of investment and capacity networks, direct generate for communication networks, content technology, DG Connect. Many of you should know who participate in the project, who is DG Connect. And of course, the unit is responsible for deployment take-up of gigabit 5G. So it's the right person, Franco, that I'm honored to have him, even remotely. Supposed to be here, but you know, it's not easy to travel. So, dear Franco, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks to you indeed, Massimo, for inviting me to this conference. I wish to be there, and of course, the flag you have there next to you, yellow and red, the Messina's flag reminds me the Jewish Granita you have just had. It's a pity that I wasn't there. Anyhow, let me thank also the rector, Kutsokrea, and also all the other institutions that participated this morning and sharing their ideas. This conference brings together also, thanks to your effort, Massimo. This is really remarkable, I would say. The best scientists and researchers from around the world to discuss multiple digital topics that I can reassure you they are really at the core of the policy attention here in Brussels. Looking at the program yesterday and even today, I can see great speakers presenting their ideas and innovations. Some of these research results and demonstrators are funded under European programs, in particular Horizon 2020 and hopefully in the future also Horizon Europe. This is just great. This is just great. And as speak less and do more is one of the motto of this conference, I have to say that I'm very glad to see also numerous concrete initiatives that see the university, but also local administration at the level of municipality, for instance, to bring the outcome of the research results down on earth, directly used by the citizens, by public administration, by the enterprises. This is also quite an excellent to hear, of course, from my side. Now, while the digital transition is unfolding, because we are already in the middle of the digital transition, our job is at the European level, especially, but also at the national level, is to create the fertile condition, the fertile ground for the transition to accelerate and deliver especially concrete advantages to the citizen enterprises and public administration, but also the economy and society at large. So the question, because yes, I will speak about 5G, Massimo, I will speak about the gigabit connectivity, but allow me just to make a short introduction about the European policies in digital, because certainly this is more tuned with the scope of the wide scope of this conference. So what do we do concretely? What do we do concretely? First, we do policies. So we set policy target last year, about 1 year ago.
Franco, excuse me, interrupting you. Do you want to share the screen?
No.
Okay.
No. I will just speak because otherwise we will get bored with the usual
Okay, good idea.
slides.
Good idea.
So,
Excuse me interrupting you.
So what we did last year was basically, well, I mean, I can share some material if you want a posteriori, but for the time being, I think it would be important to just pass a few messages that really we are acting day by day on the policy front. Last year, we set important targets spanning across all the digital spectrum along 4 dimensions. First, businesses, then public services, then skills, it's very important, this one, and infrastructures, which of course I'm more keen to elaborate on. So first of all, on businesses, just to give you an example, we want higher technological take-up. So we want 75 of the European companies to use cloud-based solutions, artificial intelligence solutions, big data, and analytics by 2030. So 75% of private companies should take up these technologies. This can be measured and is measured by the Commission, and you can imagine that with such type of policy target, there will be a kind of triggering of investments and reforms all around. I see some return here. There must be someone who switched on the microphone. If you can mute the microphone, that would be great.
Participant what?
They switched on the microphone because I see some background noise. Now I no longer hear it. Sorry, that it's fixed. So secondly, we want also to finance innovators and grow scale-ups. So, you know, our goal is to double the number of EU unicorns by 2030. We must do better at exploiting R&I results, research and innovation results, transforming them into business opportunities. And every municipality, every university can be a cradle of innovation, like I understand Messina is from that point of view. Secondly, public service can be incredible catalyzer, drivers of innovation. So having local administrators that focus, of course, on the most urgent needs, but also look at the innovation pipeline, the innovation value chain, and decide to invest directly or indirectly into innovation, they do a good job. They do a good job. So we want, in this respect, 100% of public service being available online by 2030, in particular in the health domain. We want all the medical records, le cartelle cliniche, all available online by 2030. Same for the take-up of the digital identity. You know the speed. So we have a European standard which is privacy friendly, which is respective of personal data, and it's also quite versatile to be used in many contexts. Well, we want 80% of digital ID be taken up in Europe by 2030. And skills, this is an important point, and I understand also University of Messina is doing quite a lot for that, as same also for all the other university and research institutions that are represented today at the event. I mean, we must develop more skills. And when I speak about digital skills, is really the high skills that are, you know, necessary to make it happen. And I have to say that certain concepts can be taught also from the primary school. From the primary school down to the university, PhD level, there has to be a continuum of you know, blossoming of digital skills. We desperately need them today and in the coming 5 to 10 years. So, and this, of course, entails that there is a cross-disciplinary approach, because today, speaking about digital, we cannot speak about digital in an isolated ivory tower manner. I think we need to contaminate the digital sphere with the architecture, for instance, engineering, etc., etc. That is exactly what we heard earlier this morning from the other two speakers from the respective association. It's fundamental, isn't it just a nice to have? It's fundamental. And then last but not least, allow me to speak about the target we set for the infrastructures part. So first of all, we want to develop cutting-edge semiconductors in Europe. And this is fundamental because you must know that in 2020, ladies and gentlemen, in 2020, there were 1 trillion microchips that were developed, manufactured worldwide. Well, only 10% of this supply is coming from Europe. It is a little bit a meager percentage, And I think we need to revert here. For this reason, you must have heard that we made a proposal for CHIPS Act one month ago. It was well received by the Council and the Parliament. And in this respect, we expect that the CHIPS Act will unleash additional 15 billion investments in the coming by 2030. Now, we want also to set target for data edge and cloud, 10,000 energy efficient and secure edge nodes in the EU. This is fundamental for what also other speakers have said before. If we want to have systems that are reactive, I don't know, a unsupervised machine learning engine that is gathering data in real time, you need the connectivity. We will speak about that, but you need also the capability from the upper layers, the middleware, what we were using for a long time ago, middleware, the cloud, the data, and all the integration to react very fast. This you need computing power close to the edge where such computing power is needed. But at the same time, you need to be able to harness the supercomputing capacities that are all available all around Europe that we are building on the exascale computers, as you know. And we want also to have by 2030 the first quantum computer here in Europe, quantum acceleration. So last but not least, in here, Massimo, I come to what you said before. We have set very ambitious target for connectivity because you can't have research, innovation, can't have take-up without connecting citizens, households, enterprise, public administration. So we want by 2030, every household in Europe be reached by gigabit connectivity. And we want every single area, every single corner where there is a population to be covered by 5G. And 5G is the next hype, the next revolution. It's not the next. It's going on, of course. It takes time because it's dramatically new, totally different than the previous versions, the 4G or whatever. And of course, we need time. Now, just to want to tell you without elaborating too much on the policy side, that all these policy targets that I mentioned will be constantly monitored. Will be monitored at the European level, and then down on national level. We made a proposal in September last year about the Digital Decade Policy Program, which allows us to sit together with the member states every year to monitor what's going on via the Digital Economy and Society Index. And then, of course, plan for investment, plan for reforms all together in a joint manner, because we are all partners. We need a broad partnership with member states, but also with the private sector to achieve these targets. Now, let me speak about the investments now. So as you know, one of the earlier speakers said, yes, and the investments in our own topics is declining. I fully understand this. I fully understand. There is a bit of shortage somewhere, maybe in one or the other regions in the world, but I think all together, we need to join forces to make the case and build the case that investing in digital is fundamental. We, on our side, we do our part at the European level, as you know. First of all, we could manage in planning the next generation's EU recovery and resilience facility, at least 20% of investments in digital. Well, we see many member states have chosen to invest more than 20%. So the average in the member states is 26%, which is the equivalent of 130 billion to be spent from now to 2026. Then my preoccupation will be there, how to make this happen. It is not easy. Having the money is a necessary but not sufficient condition. You need innovators, you need a little bit of entrepreneurship spirit all over around, being it in the public administration or the university department, as you are doing, Massimo and team, but we need it, absolutely. Then, of course, we have the next programming with the regional funds and the agricultural funds, where I can tell you that the digital is a thematic priority. Then we have a brand new program, which is called Digital Europe Program, that is a 7.6 billion investments in building digital capacities around Europe. So for instance, we want to strengthen our network of supercomputers in Europe, exascale computers, in a way that from the small university to large university department, or from a small and very remote area, you can fetch data push this data into models for predictive models, for instance. The sooner you get the result, the better, sometimes for predicting disaster, for instance, and therefore the importance of having the supercomputing at the fingertips of these people, because this is part of the equation and part of the solution. Then we have Horizon Europe that you are more familiar with, I think, all around the participants today, 95.5 billion invested in research and innovation, with about 35% of which can be imputed to digital. And last but not least, I mean, we have also InvestEU, which is more guarantee, but I will not bother you with this because of lack of time. But certainly we have the Connecting Europe facility digital part. This is also a brand new program, which I'm more involved in. Actually, my unit is responsible for this program. It's 2 billion, more than 2 billion investment in 7 years in connectivity. So this is precisely to help us achieving the goals I was speaking about. Of course, I can tell you that this is relatively small amount compared to the investment gap that we need, which was measured a few years ago in the order of 42 billion a year in order to achieve the gigabit society by 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the numbers we are needed for the infrastructure investment, because you need to dig to lay down the fiber, for instance. It's impressive costs, and this is complemented by the investment in the PNRR in Italy, for instance, and the recovery and resilience plans all around Europe. And of course, our main preoccupation is to make this happen. But back to the CEF Digital, what are the main topics we are funding, we are calling for? First, we have 5G corridors. We want to build 5G backbone and densified 5G with plenty of base stations, with standalone 5G with a certain minimum performance in terms of uplink, downlink, low latency, mean error rate. This has to be the infrastructure for the next 10, 20 years, which allow us driving from Bologna, for instance, to Munich without driving, actually. It's the car driving itself, autonomous, connected autonomous mobility. This is the main killer application for this type of, but not only that one, there are other, of course, application scenarios in tourism, for instance, that can be used there. Then this is the pan-European macro-scale dimension of this infrastructure, but we have a more local dimension. We want 5G to happen also locally. And when we speak about 5G, we don't really mean here just a minimum upgrade of 4G LTE. We are referring here to the fully fledged standalone 5G systems that can support use cases in such areas like industrial automation, transport, intelligent mobility, or disaster prevention, or health, education, you name it. So this is the approach we are taking here, is to bundle together the deployment of connectivity with the take-up by the use cases. Because there is not such a bad thing of making a lot of fortune of investments in lay down fiber to the base stations, densifying the area, and then nobody is using it. This has to be avoided. Therefore, from the very outset, we conceive the project to bring into the project the hospital, the school, the public administration, in a way that you, this technology supplier, can bring those the necessary chemistry to build best practices. And we desperately need these best practices, because these solutions, once you do a best practice, a template in Messina or down in the middle of nowhere in France, then you can easily put it into a database of best practices and say, look, the other one did it, we can do that in another place. So we basically copy from each other, but in a positive sense, of course, because we are speaking about deployment project. We are not speaking about research and innovation or whatever. Here we are next. And so if we are next into the pipeline, we need to deliver systems that have to work. They cannot fail, actually. Therefore, we are basically close to the market, which means that whatever we finance has to comply with the state aid, for instance. It has to comply with the rules like the rules that you have for deploying, infrastructures. So in this respect, we are trying to simplify a little bit the life of the applicants by really making sure that we target only areas that are exempted or applications that are exempted from the state aid regulation. Otherwise, you would lose a lot of time in administration in preparing the project. Now, of course, we don't limit ourselves to that. There are, and I'm reading another 2-3 minutes and I finish, Massimo. So we also fund large-scale backbones. We are in a very changing world, rapidly evolving also from a geopolitical point of view, as you know. First, we had the COVID crisis. Then now today we have the Ukrainian crisis. These switch on important or triggers important reflections. On our side, when we deploy a submarine cable in the Mediterranean area, or in the Atlantic, or in the Baltic, or connecting Europe with the East, we cannot forget that by deploying such infrastructures, we need to pay the greatest possible attention to the cybersecurity aspects, because those are very critical infrastructure. Today, on top of the connectivity infrastructure, you run the economy, you run the society. You cannot afford such infrastructure to be hijacked by unauthorized people, by attacks, by cyber attacks. Today is the time of cyber war, and we need by all means to protect the union's interest against these, let's say, dark scenarios that can happen. Therefore, we were forced to take from the outset some very strong measures for that, by limiting the deployment of this infrastructure only to EU-controlled entities. This is legitimate. The US have done a similar act, for instance, 6 months ago or so. We do the same at the European level. So we, of course, want our, let's say, values, which we are so linked all together in Europe, to characterize our digital space. You have seen these in the Digital Service Act, Digital Market Act, which were adopted, were, let's say, positively received by the Parliament 1 month ago. But, of course, this is to be reflected in every single project that we do. Cybersecurity by default, someone said it, privacy friendliness by default, European value by default. That's exactly what I wanted to say. A last word, saying that public intervention is fundamental in certain cases, because the market sometimes fail to support certain needs alone. So public support is needed. But of course, in order to facilitate the deployment of the financing of this project, it's important to look small, but think big, or think big and act small. So the two have to be absolutely part of our own mindset. And for this, financial instruments are important as well, that can invest in innovation funds, equity funds, loans. We are working together with the European Investment Bank, with the national promotional banks and institutions, Caisse des Dépôts, Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, etc. All of these can help a lot intercepting the local demand, the national and regional level, local demand, and say, in order to create a digital transition of a small metropolitan area or a small town, you need these and these and these components, and then in order to finance it, you can bring and pull together funds from different sources. That must become the way to do those things, without too much of administrative burden. So that is basically in a summary my message, Massimo. Just a few final remarks. We have these national recovery plans. The PNRR is an example of that, which dedicates billions to the digital transition. Everyone must be put in a condition to tap from this opportunity. So hurry up, try to make it done. Secondly, harness the opportunity of the programs that we are promoting at the European level, directly managed by the Commission via its agencies. CEF Digital is one of them. We had the call closing on the 22nd of April. We will have another call that will open in autumn and another one in early next year. And there will be other calls for the next work program, calling for the topics I was speaking about. So that is a great opportunity. Feel free to get to our own websites, look what it is about and apply. Then use the financial instruments, as I just said. So develop a culture of investment in innovation. That's fundamental. Then pursue, as you are doing, a public-private partnership is at the local level, because every single corner of Europe, every single city can be a cradle of innovation. Do it. And skills, try to nurture really the wish of people, the passion of people to come to digital curricula, and also to inject into their mindset the spirit of entrepreneurship and translating the research result into concrete results for the citizen and enterprises. And last but not least, the strategic autonomy part. So bear in mind that we are in a different world. We need to take into account cybersecurity from the outset. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Franco. Franco, as I said, it's really a pleasure to have you here because it's an opportunity what you are saying. First of all, as a security professor, is something I stress every moment to my students that are here. I fully agree with you. We need the cyberspace, and this is something we have to rely on. And I want to link what you said, skills. Universities here to provide skills. There are some already brilliant collaborators here, professors, that are moving forward in this direction. This is really brilliant what you said, and what is really astonishing for us is the matter of money. So before it was Roberto, but some others, we are talking about billion. Guys, it's in our moment. You can drive the car. It's not the car. It's a huge, it's a huge airplane. Let's land all together because it's in our time. This is what is important to remark. Repeat, I am proud to have you, Franco, that you represent the 5G in Europe, and I say not only 5G, but the expression to have, as you said, connection in each corner. Thank you again for joining us. You can stay with us as you can, and we move forward. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Franco. I'm going to start, but before starting, I want to see the watch, no? I want to complete at 2 o'clock. We have 1 hour, 20 minutes because we are out of time. I want to make an agreement with you all, okay? I am in my hand, the chronometer. I'm trying to ask you to help me. How many presentations we have? We have Radu Prodan from Austria is 1, Gaetano Rose and Maria, there are 3. And then we have 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So, okay. So essentially, it's a challenge. It's a challenge. What I can say, guys, is 10 minutes each. Just to stop at 2 and 1 hour of lunch, and then may you stay 10 minutes each, please. I know that the other people before take some time, but management staff, I apologize for that. But if you can stay 10 minutes each, we can survive, okay? Is it sure? Is it not an issue for you? Can we stay 10 minutes? Okay, because we should have on the list Radu, then Gaetano, then Maria. Do you agree on this plan? I apologize. Radu, it's your time. Radu Prodan. We have these brilliant people coming all around the world and Europe. Radu is coming from Austria. Radu is a professor in distributed system at the Institute of Information Technology University, Klagenfurt, Austria, and is here to present democratic, trustworthy news in social continuum, the Article of Conference. Radu, just to be clear, I am not joking, 10 minutes from now. We don't hear you. So guys, can you switch on the mic of Rado, please?
I did not touch anything. Okay, so my topic for today is social media. It's a topic probably you are familiar with. More than 4.5 billion people worldwide use social media. I'm sure you do also. It's growing, 500,000 new users per year. And it's estimated like every user does between 2 and 3 hours per day on social media. Probably you are doing it also here. There are many social media networks around. What's your favorite? Their favorite probably it's LinkedIn, sweet and Thai, boring. Your social media, it's different. So my students, for example, go on Discord instead of on the e-learning platforms. Gamers like Twitch. It's also gender specific. Women, girls like Instagram, Pinterest, post selfies. Boys are more on political discussions on Twitter, or they operate their own television channel on YouTube. So for every social sector, there is a different social media network. And it's also used for work. We saw in the pandemic, it took over. And basically, I don't think I exaggerate when I say that the web, email, television are outdated sources of information and communication. In the digital world, the future with you will be on social media. But we have a biggest problem here. While it's the most distributed application worldwide, solutions, unfortunately, are centralized. They are centralized by these industrial concerns that basically operate big data centers, big servers, and they gather our free data. They monetize it for their own purpose, but they sell it us as being for free. Of course, and this raises privacy and security concerns, related to our data. But not only that, we see malicious malicious content, things like trolling, cyberbullying, hate speech, catfishing, astroturfing, fake information, spam is something that is not foreign to you and probably you should be aware of. So here I coordinate. So basically we miss a decentralized, trustworthy, and secure social network compliant with the democratic and federated European value. This is something that Europe misses, and the current monopoly is in the hands of US and China. So here I'm coordinating a project. It's called Articom, Smart Social Ecosystem in a Blockchain Federated Environment. We are approaching the end, 2022. It was in a special call that unfortunately is discontinued, Future Hyper-Connected Sociality, and we are 8 partners. So what is the value proposition here? So we are approaching the problem in a more abstract way. Somehow we are old-fashioned. We want to bring the internet back when it was before the 90s. Before the web came, web destroyed everything. You start building server was always not enough, bigger server, bigger machines, data centers, then we call them clouds, hyperclouds. So basically, a big supercomputing center that can swallow all the data that they can do, and the question is, what do they do with our data? So with this project, we basically want to give the power back into the citizens, to the peer, to the edge devices that connect in such a digital world. We are doing on the basis of the blockchain. It was a design decision, Hyperledger Fabric. We connected to different cloud environments, and on top we develop democratic decision-making systems like reputation system, rewarding system, everything based on consensus algorithm, community detection, and also business models, guided analytics that shift the main metric from return on investment from the companies to return on collaboration. So we want to collaborate, and that should be the main source of revenue rather than pure investment money. We build decentralized application, and we have 2 classes. One of them is social media, and here we have 2 basic use cases. One is on video dialogue. So dialogue with video, trustworthy thematic discussion that use video, and this is used by event organizers who basically want to make rewards to promote their events through such incentivized discussion of citizens. And the other one is citizen journalism. So here it's a new form of journalism where basically citizens who arrive first at a specific breaking news event capture photos, capture videos, they share it onto a democratic marketplace, and together with unbiased journalists, free journalists not polarized by any media, they can build together more authentic, more trustworthy, more democratic news.
And on the other side, we have the collaborative businesses. This is somehow a reinvention of the good old market, where people traded goods, peer-to-peer, consumer to consumer, and didn't go on big companies like Amazon to purchase their products. Here we have car sharing. So that's a combined peer-to-peer network of passengers, drivers, and mobility operators that operate together peer-to-peer networks of cars. This has been impacted by the pandemic because car sharing requires car disinfectation during such a hard time. So here we are trying to make up some lost time. And the energy marketplace is very hot. Here is a peer-to-peer of households that are not only consumers of energy, but also producers. So every household in the future will have a solar panel, and you can sell onto the marketplace the surplus of energy. So here you are not depending on the price on the centralized grid operator. So this information is something that we tackle in this project, and I think you should be aware of the different types of disinformation and classify them if you are exposed to them, and you are certainly. False connection, clickbaits, like here, Mel Gibson, it's a bait, for the 20-something celebrities that died too young, but he is not dead yet. Misleading content, that's very manipulative, like this vaccine did not kill 32 women. If it did not kill 32 women, of course, which is true, it may trigger the opposite direct impression in the human brain, that it killed the rest. False context, I use the image of Bill Gates for the corona vaccine. Imposter content, like Le Soir promoting Macron for election in Saudi Arabia. Manipulated content or deep fakes. This is also often in connection with satire, with parody. Fabricating content, so completely fake content. Conspiracy theory, like 5G acceleration for corona. And propaganda. Unfortunately, we see today, basically you can say anything about anyone in such a context. And I will conclude with a promotional video. I don't know if the audio will work, about our video dialogue application.
There is too much noise. Digital discussions are struggling all over the world. Fake news, spamming.
So I'm not sure if we have time to fix.
Dalla regia, scusate, l'audio del video, l'audio del computer. Qualcosa dovevamo già sentire. Ok.
Cyberbullying and trolling. What is the solution? Let's noise. Digital discussions are struggling all over the world. Fake news, spamming, cyberbullying, and trolling. What is the solution? Let's censor free speech? No. Let's create genuine open conversations for the 2020s. Real people, real faces, real reviews. We live in the age of broken trust, so dialogue is more important than ever. At Vilog, our mission is to fix online discussions with video. Vilog is a tool for everyone. You only need a device with a camera. We provide an easy-to-install widget that enables video dialogue around any website, event, or topic that matters to you.
In Articonf, we work with 7 European partners to reintroduce trust with blockchain in a decentralized social media model.
Vilog was also introduced in Cine Europe, Barcelona. We spend 50 minutes every single day watching videos on our mobiles. But most of our online discussions are still text-based. And that's where Vilog comes in.
You can literally ask anything you want, like anything, but please be mindful.
Black Night, an A-list film festival with 80,000 attendees, used Vilog. It opened up a new form of dialogue between filmmakers and the audience. And this is how it worked. Check it out.
Hi everybody.
Hello.
Hi there. Forget about the Irishman, forget about the Joker. Come and watch Looted.
This is my own love letter to my mother.
It's gonna make you think, it's gonna make you laugh.
If you all have any questions whatsoever, please feel free to ask me.
We are waiting for your question.
We hope to see you all there.
It was awesome, thank you.
Perfect.
So my question is,
I would like to ask,
How did Christoph convince you to feature in his movie?
He was neighbor and he saw me in a movie and he asked me, let's work together.
When she started to cry, I cried too, and too much.
I like that you cry. It's the right emotion to have after watching my movie.
And now, it's your turn. So, I have a question for you. Are you ready to discuss?
Follow us to get updates of the Articon project and see how Dialog is developing innovative methods to authenticate video comments and to enable financial rewards for video creators.
So, I'm done. I have another video, but I will skip.
No.
Yes, if you are ready to discuss, go to copmitment.com. And there you have a lot of thematic discussion related to the climate change and positive commitment actions. So please, copmitment.com, discuss with us.
Thank you a lot, Radu. Again, Radu, I apologize with you, but we try to stay on time to all of us. And now we are at this time for Gaetano La Rosa. Gaetano is the founder and CEO of Extraordi. It's the company in charge of managing the official Red Hat training in Italy. It's a real pleasure to have him here. And today, Gaetano wants to sharing is caring is the title. How to contribute to give to the open source community from university to cloud and DevOps culture. The floor is yours, Gaetano. Also for you, I will take the chronometer, okay?
I'll do my
I
best.
apologize for that, but I should.
No problem.
10 minutes.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much, Professor Massimo Villari. It's a real pleasure to be here. It's such an amazing event. I was born in...
Guys, please shut down.
I was born in... I was born in Messina, but I live far away from a lot of time, and it's a real pleasure to see such an incredible event like this, and I'm really happy to see a student, person, and relators that talks about cloud. And cloud, it's what I care, my company care. I'm Gaetano La Rosa, I'm the founder and CEO of Extraordi, the company that it's in charge of managing and delivering the training for Red Hat company. The company works on open source software. And open source for us is a core. It's more than just work. Open source is everything. And we talk about cloud from a lot of point of view. We see that cloud is not the future, it's the present. And I have to say something about cloud. Cloud, we have now cloud thanks to open source, thanks to the evolution of open source. We cannot have cloud, this kind of cloud, without the evolution of open source through the years. And open source means community. All of us are part of communities, and community is getting something, but also give back something. This is important. This is important for doing business, but it's important also for sustain the community. And from my point of view, sharing is caring is not just a sentence, an empty sentence, but it's something to that we care a lot in my company. We are 40 people, and our mission is to sharing knowledge. Sharing knowledge every day. Obviously, we have to do business, and we have to make this kind of business profitable. But we also work to sharing what we know very well, let me say, to the community. And what's the best way to share? And we had the opportunity, thanks to Professor Massimo Villari, Maria Fazio, to the University of Messina, to sharing our knowledge and to give back to the community through students, doing something that we know we are able to do pretty well. It's training. It's what we do every day. We run a lot of training, a lot of classes, most of them in Italy, but also all around Europe. I've been in United States, in South Africa, in Northern Europe, every part of the North Europe to deliver the top-level training for that. But we would like to give back, and the training, it's the best way. And training of what? We work every day with customers that are typically large accounts, like banks, insurance, telcos, industries, whatever. And to this kind of customer, we transfer knowledge how to manage technology, open source technology for enterprises like Red Hat Enterprise Linux, like OpenShift, like Ansible, like application server, like JBoss, whatever, to manage something like something like production, business, and mission critical solutions. And we talk with professionals of banks, of industries, of telcos, and it's important to transfer that kind of knowledge to those guys that will be the future of the professionalism in the IT, in the ICT industry. And we heard a lot about the shortage of skills of people that works in the IT industry. And giving back, doing something that can help our students of university and our students of our courses to be more focused on the cloud technologies, on the open source and hybrid cloud technologies, it's the best way to accomplish our mission. And mastering the open source technologies in the digital transformation era, it's something that is needed because we have a lot of IT, DevOps engineers, security, reliability engineers, architects that have to manage in critical infrastructure. And those kind of critical infrastructure go straight to microservices technologies, cloud technologies based on Kubernetes, and containers technologies. I always say that containers are Linux, are just a bubble of Linux, and then we have to know how Linux works and how this technology drive to the new paradigm, the cloud and DevOps paradigm. And this is fundamental for the innovation, for all the entire innovation that we heard in this morning. And this is more important for enterprises. We know that cloud and DevOps technologies are used all around the typical kind of infrastructure, from the businesses mission critical to the mid-market to SMB. But for enterprises, for enterprise organization, there is a strong process to a digital innovation that go through microservices and cloud technology and DevOps paradigms. We have to know this kind of technologies. We have to know how to manage Linux, how to manage OpenShift, Kubernetes, how to work on the life cycle management of the applications that runs on platforms like OpenShift, like Kubernetes. Our goal in this project with the University of Messina is to transfer all of the knowledge needed to manage those applications, those open source applications, those applications that works in hybrid cloud infrastructures, to the future of the ICT. Those guys that are here, the students of University of Messina, that will be our next professionals that work with us. And for this reason, sharing knowledge about the evolution of the open source technology for enterprises is essential. It's a must. We have to know the history of the open source. We have to know the open source technologies. We have to manage every tools that we use every day, like smartphones or IoT technology. All of those technologies use open source software, use community-based technology. And all of us have to give back to the community. First of all, we get a lot from from the community. I'm very lucky because I am a professional on this topic, but I was lucky because I learned a lot from the open source, also from the company where I worked for, or of the community, or all the entire people that I met during my professional life. But we have to give back, and this is my focus it is the focus of, let me say, on a successful company like Extraordi, that is focused on redact training and on open source technology. Our goals as instructors is to raise the level of knowledge of University of Messina students and introduce them how to deal with the enterprise world. It's important, the enterprise world. It's an important topic that we have to know very well. Giving them all the essential tools to grow as a professionals and humans, let me say also. This is, I think it was 10 minutes.
On time, very well. Thank you.
This is my contacts on LinkedIn. Keep in touch if you want. I'm happy to be in contact.
Thank you a lot, Gaetano. It was a really good. Thank you so much. Now it's time for Professoressa Fazio. I don't know if I'm making a mistake. I'm scrolling up all the speakers. What to say? It's really sad to say it's only the fair woman in the participation. We have a strong issue with the gender balance. I think the European Commission cannot be happy. We have to enforce it. Thank you, Maria, to join us. Maria is assistant professor, computer science here in the university. She's a really brilliant person. She also participated in many European projects that we try to have to give the international dimension of University of Messina, and it's part of FSR Lab that I'm happy to lead. Today, she's going to talk about osmotic computing for a cloud edge IoT continuum. Maria, the floor is yours. Also for you, I apologize, 10 minutes.
Yes, of course. Also, even less. I mean, I try to be focused on a few concepts I want to share with you, so I avoid the details and so on. So the idea is that we are talking about technologies today and digital solutions, and it's clear that such technologies are changing a lot. And that's why now we can talk about cloud data centers and big data and artificial intelligence. But I would like to stress that also we are changing. Also, our relationship with the technologies is changing because we know that if we have, technologies are very pervasive. We have our devices that are always connected, and we stay in touch with our technologies the whole day. And I'm sorry to say that we stay in touch with our work the whole day, but the most important thing is that now we try to stay in touch with technologies, with our job, with our social networks, also trying to have fun from them, okay? So we try to merge our life with our technologies. And this is important because also requirements of technologies has to be adapted to the new needs of customers. So a customer wants to have their services everywhere and anywhere. And that's why systems are evolving towards a clear direction that probably is clear after all the presentation we had today. So if you studied in your book the client-server approach, this is the basic of our web service. Okay, we know them, but we have now our experience with the cloud. And we know that today the technology, and also Gaetano talked about that, we are dependent from the cloud. Everything is on the cloud, and most of all, we use our devices, every day. And I mean, it's the same if I have my cellular mobile phone, my smartphone, my computer, or if I ask for a computer to my colleague, because everything is on the cloud, and through the cloud I can use different services, and I have the technology available for me and for my needs. But pay attention that in this evolution we have another view that is going to be ready in the future, that is something totally distributed, that cooperate to provide reliable services to the end users. We discussed today about distributed systems, and it's true that distributed systems are the future, but the most important thing is that the technology is becoming even more pervasive. All the devices you have around you are technologically oriented, are digital. Today we talk about digital transformation because the things that are here, that will be around us, will be digital, and we talk each other and will provide services to end users. And I'm a researcher, so I try to understand which are the needs of research in the future. And starting from the enabling technologies that we discussed today, and we will continue to discuss in the next days during the conference, the CC Grid conference, the key things I want to highlight is, yes, we have a lot of technologies, but such technologies are, have some common features that we need. They are interoperable, okay, because we are thinking to systems that interact each other, and so we are not focused on a specific solution, on a specific technology, on a specific product of a company, but we want solutions that need to be interoperable. And also, it's necessary to satisfy new requirements of users that such technologies are reliable, okay? Because the user needs a digital solution in each time of his life, and that's why we need that technologies are reliable. They have to respond to the request of the user. And again, another important feature is that solutions need to be ubiquitous, okay? I want to use my solutions and my digital systems wherever I am and in whichever place I am. And of course, it's important to satisfy performance because we are, we want something that is responsive, okay? Now we are dependent from technologies, but it means also that the technologies has to adapt to our velocity, okay? And another point that is very important is that technologies are pervasive. It means they have to stay with us. And sometimes we don't have knowledge about them, but we want to get the value from technologies that we don't see. And this is another important thing. From a computing point of view, in this panorama, we have some, yes, of course, solutions. We discussed about that today. And we can say that we can classify most all these the infrastructures we have around us in IoT, edge, and cloud technologies. I hope you know this kind of concept, but the important thing is that we have different technologies that bring computation, bring services to end user, and that have very heterogeneous features, very heterogeneous, bring different opportunities. And that's why it's important that if we have an evolution on digital technologies and digital devices, from the perspective of the end user, we have that this kind of variety of devices with advantages at different levels should be used in a transparent way from the end user point of view. It means that it's not important for me understand which is the right device I need to satisfy my request, but I want just to need that I have all the possibilities in my panorama, okay? This is the concept, the basic concept of the compute continuum. Compute continuum means that I have several opportunities for computing, for storage, for the provisioning of my services, but the specific device that will be used to satisfy user requests are not in charge of a user selection, okay? So I'm not responsible to choosing which is the computing environment that suits my needs in the best way, but I want to have something that automatically adapt the infrastructure and the computing resources to my needs. And to achieve this kind of results, what we can do is to think local, okay? I try to explain this concept in few words. Think local means that if I have too much, I cannot think to all the possibility the system provides me, but I have just to see the local opportunity of the system itself. I try to do an example, okay, just to explain. Let's consider, for example, that I'm monitoring, for example, my city. I'm in a use case of a smart city, and I want to monitor the place where I put my cameras. Okay, the idea is that each camera has its life, has its computation that is available, that provide its contribution to the whole system, but the knowledge of the camera is limited. The important things from my point of view is that the contribution of the camera will be integrated with the contribution of all the other devices in my system, and there is something that automatizes the behavior of the camera according to the requirements of the end user. For example, if I want to track objects that move in my city, the behavior of the camera should be, focused on the specific need of the user. For example, I want to track a person, I want to track a vehicle, I want to track something that is moving in one direction or that has a different way of moving. Okay, just to say that this kind of automations can be investigated in different ways. And we are using the osmotic computing concept. The idea is that we should give a look at the nature Okay, sometimes our answers are already presented in the nature. So in this new paradigm for computing that automatize and dynamically adapt the computation to the user requirements, we only give a look to the chemical process of osmosis. And the idea is that if I able to organize my computation in terms of small elements, I can say that each single component in my infrastructure can work with osmotic communication with the other processes. And from a technical point of view, such small components are represented as micro elements. So micro components that can bring processing or data, okay? A composition of microelements provides the full service the user required. Okay, I'm sorry that I cannot go in detail, in detail on the osmotic process and solutions, but what I want to highlight from this presentation is that the technologies we are talking about has to satisfy the new needs of users that ask for an increasing quality of experience. We want to have a good experience with the digital systems, and quality of experience means a lot of services and services that are easy to be used. And this means that we have new technological challenges, and most of all, that we can take inspiration from the nature. And I think that for today it's enough. And maybe I was not in time, sorry. No more than that.
Thank you, Maria, a lot. And repeat, I apologize, but we are trying to stay on time. Now it's time for Giuseppe Bonocore. The floor is yours. The lead solution engineering at Salesforce. Giuseppe is now our student. Is coming from our university, and is dealing with modernization project and complex implementation for many years. 15 years of experience, and it's really great. Today, Giuseppe Bonocore is presenting us some issue with the presentation? No? No. Okay. He's presenting us skills and inclusivity as a digital transformation drivers, the impact of Salesforce economy on the ecosystem. Thank you, Giuseppe, to be here.
Thank you.
The floor is yours. Go ahead. 10 minutes, okay?
Sure. Thank you very much. I have my clock here so I can check.
Thank you.
So, first of all, thank you. And yes, this session is about many topics that you may have already heard during previous talks, but I would like to have a different point of view, and I will focus this on the human factor, so skills and the diversity into the digital transformation project. And first of all, I want to start with a thank you. So this is a custom for us to start thanking the audience before having the talk. And this is because this was basically not possible without you. And as Massimo shared, it's particularly emotional for me to be here, as I used to be a student at this university, so I'm particularly grateful for being here. And hopefully next time I will have a couple minutes more. But yeah, we'll try.
Why not?
So, 3 learning objectives for today, so 3 minutes each, because I have 10 minutes in total. So I'm going to talk about digital transformation and what does it mean in a very quick way. What Salesforce does to support digital transformation and the opportunity which is behind. As we will share, there is a big opportunity in terms of basically job skills and impact on the wider market across Salesforce capabilities, but we will see this in a bit. I want to start talking about digital transformation with the story of Dick Fosbury, which basically doesn't seem so related to digital transformation. But the point is this: I don't have that much time to stay into detail. But Dick Fosbury used to be an athlete in high jump. So if you look after high jump in Google, these guys appear as a first result. And why? Because, of course, he invented this way of jumping, which was a very different way of jumping, the Fosbury flop. Everybody knows about it, and it's proven to be working very well. But what I didn't know before doing these slides is that basically Dick Fosbury was an average egg jumper, so it was not a great athlete before invented this technique. He was based out of Oregon, and something happened in the environment he was working into, and I think this is very crucial with the metaphor, with the link with digital transformation. What happened is that high jumping before, they used to jump to land on a very hard surface. It was made of wood or scrap wood. It was not so soft. And so many people basically just jumped with their feet first. Something happened, something changed in the environment, and they switched basically this place to land with the mattress that is there today, so with a foam mattress, with a soft surface for landing. And in this changing environment, what does it change? Well, basically nothing. A lot of people keep jumping in the same way. So what was the story of Dick Fosbury is that he basically was aware of the fact that something changed into environment, and he changed the way of doing things. He started jumping with his back first, which is the Fosbury flop. So what's the important lesson to take about this story? The important lesson is that a changing environment requires a changing way of doing things. And what is even more interesting is that before Dick Fosbury came, other people started and tried to jump in the same way with the back first, but it didn't work because they didn't have the right environment. The mattress wasn't there. So basically, you need to have the right environment and you need to have the right approach. Both needs to work for digital transformation. What's the link with products, with technology that we see every day? Well, basically the point is that right now we have those guys from Silicon Valley, from across the world, the GAFAN or FANG or whatever you want to call it, are those the Google, the Apple, the Facebook, the Amazon. They are disrupting the way we interact with technology. They are raising the bar of consumer experience. Now, every time we interact with a digital service, it may be a service provided by a bank, by a telco provider, by a university, by public government, we expect the same customer engagement, the same customer experience that we have with those guys. So they are raising the bar. Now, every digital service must be as good as those one. Otherwise, your customers, your students, your citizens will be unhappy. They will not use your services. What Salesforce does to support this kind of raising the bar, to support better user experience? Well, I don't have enough time to explain what's the technology behind the customer relationship management. A colleague before me started introducing the topic, but it's just too much for being shared in 10 minutes. But basically, we are trying to provide the right technology to the enterprise to bridge this gap with their customers, because that's basically the point. The company today, it may be the public government, it may be schools, it may be university, it may be banks, the big companies especially, they need to close this gap with their customers in terms of different skills, different expectations from people using their services. What Salesforce does is creating this software and this suite of software, which are basically, they have their roots into the concept of customer relationship management. Well, to keep it short, you can think about it as a way of unifying the data about customers. So basically, you have a unique database, a unique repository of data, and all the different interaction that your customer does with an enterprise. It may be purchasing something, it may be having a customer support interaction, or maybe seeing an advertisement, are concentrated into this unique place. And in this way, you can apply all of the amazing technology that we have seen so far, like neural network, artificial intelligence. You can basically understand what your customer wants before they are asking to you. And basically, you can provide a customized user experience to your customers, which is what the customers are expecting. Just to share it, those are some of the Italian customers. Well, those are the publicly shareable ones, but there is a lot of other customers that are using this technology to enhance, to give a better way of interacting with their customers with Salesforce solutions. But what's important is that Salesforce is not just about technology, and this is the core of this presentation. I have like 3 minutes. I hope I can make it. So basically, behind Salesforce, there is this concept of stakeholder capitalism, which basically means that technology is very important, but it's not everything. And there is the need for a set of core values behind. So you can see that innovation is one very good core value, but there are many other. There is trust, because the data you are putting on a public cloud provider, you need to expect it is secure, that is accessible, that is fast enough, is performant enough, so you have to keep your focus on trust. You have to keep your focus on customer success, but especially I think that is worth to share that is core to pay attention to equality and sustainability, and this is core to my pitch today. Because at Salesforce, we do believe that business is the greatest platform for change. So thanks to business, you can do things that have an impact on local communities and basically on the life of people. And for this reason, we do have this program that was basically invented by the founder of Salesforce, which is called Pledge 100. With 100%, so 1%, sorry, which basically means that we donate 1% of our time, 1% of our profit, and 1% of our products to a non-profit organization, to local organization, in order to create better ecosystem, to create better communities. And what this means in practice, it means that, as an example, we are behind the Sustainable Development Goals of the global nation. And with this regard, those are some basically things that we did. We donated to public education. We are investing in racial equality and justice. We are investing on renewable energy. There is not enough time to get into details, but basically, we are strongly committed on our communities and on the environment too. And here you can find some links, because one very important concept I want to share is that diversity and equality are crucial to the success of our project. So it is not only like something due because you have underrepresented minorities that needs to be represented, because you need to focus on gender balance and topics like that. So it's not only something you have to do, but it's something that is crucial to success, because having different point of view on complex project is crucial for the success of the project. So I strongly invite you to pay very much attention on those topics, because those are not marginal topics to technologies, but are very core to the success of technology projects. This is the impact of Salesforce economy on the Italian market. I do have something similar for the global market, but this is focused on the Italian market. And as you can see, this is a study made by IDC, and basically by 2026, we will have like 93,000 of new jobs as part of the Salesforce economy. Does not mean basically people working at Salesforce, but people working with Salesforce solutions or integrating it or something like that. So it's a very strong opportunity for all of us. And for this reason, I want to leave you with this call to action. We do have this platform, which is called Trailhead. It's free of charge. You can go on it on internet and just search for trailhead.salesforce.com. You can register for free. And there is a lot of amazing content you can learn about, not only about technology, so development, configuration, and stuff like that, but also cultural things or public speaking or business, whatever you want. There is a lot of free content. I strongly invite you to get in touch and to start learning. And so in perfect time, I would say thank you.
Great, Giuseppe. Giuseppe, as I said, it's impressive. Look at these numbers. So, repeat, as a university, we are really difficult to provide to all of you what you need. This important message for the student. At the end of the day, we have 10 offerings, which is amazing, it's incredible. Thank you for your brilliant talk. Now we go towards David Sepai. I can say this. David is electronic engineer in Intel Era Consulting, lead Smart City and IO practice. Has a man 10 years experience as a consultant for public administration. Is helping a lot also with Antonio Cerca, the Comune di Messina, to speed up the technology and also the university. Today is here. Excuse me, guys. So we are going towards the final
We have some
talk.
problems, some technical issue. One moment.
What is the technical issue? I don't.
We need to download the presentation.
To download the presentation. Okay, don't worry. I can fill the gap because we are totally on time. Don't worry. At 2 o'clock, we have a regular lunch time with the great food from Sicily. No, you cannot. You cannot continue because you don't know a priori. With the great Sicilian food. I selected it on purpose for our guest because it's a specialty, because we want to come back in the future, and I will show you in my presentation. I will show you excuse me, your office of the future. The idea is to click and go and come Messina with 2 clicks. Okay, this is essentially the idea that university want to bring to you. Anytime you need to swim on the sea, think Messina, because we have a room for you. This is essentially the idea. I'm not joking. It's really, you make a reservation and you come, because all of you is that are really a pleasure to have all of you. Okay? So, some announcement. I think to come back, Maria, you confirm 6 o'clock for the people from CC Grid. I remind you that 8 or 8:30 we have DK, Omer, and others. We have the welcome cocktail for CC Grid participant. We will stay on the terrace of Diodoro, stay in front of Volcano Etna. I called Volcano Etna to give you some fireworks. I don't know if we will succeed, but we try to do our best, you know. For sure, you see the weather was my personal recommendation. We have good weather for you. It's not the case all the time. So, dear Francesco, are we ready? Yes. Okay.
Okay, I can start.
Okay.
I can start off without presentation now.
So, from the title. So, David is going to present open innovation as a new model to achieve the next city. We go towards the next city. So, David,
yes.
The floor is yours. Start.
Thank you very much, everybody. I'm David Cepes-Sanabadi from Intellera Consulting. I'm the lead of the Smart City and IoT practice, and today...
Please, silent, guys. Thank you.
And today we will talk about our experience and a new model to approach smart cities and digital transformation. Let's spend 2 bits on Intellera Consulting. Intellera Consulting is a brand new company born in 2021, but we come from very far because we were PricewaterhouseCoopers. Then through a management buyout operation supported by Jarvis Capital and our partners of public sectors, we began Intellera, and today we serve, we are most significant company serving public administration. I go very far. We have 3 main lines in which we support administration in end-to-end process for digital transformation, coming from vertical domains, facing IT, technology, to program and project management too. But today we want to talk about smart cities. We prefer to segment in 2 markets, 2 big markets: smart city services and new mobility services. Just because we can see how impressive our numbers and estimates, we can see a CAGR and in strong growth in the next 4 or 5 years. But how can we address these markets? I like to spend just 5 words to understand what are smart cities and where we have to go. These words are service instead of property. Or a 15-minute city. It's not my this claim, but it's come from Anne Hidalgo, Mayor of Paris. Smart city is digital. We live in a digital world, but we have to face objects day by day. Smart cities is community and engagement. We are all responsible for our actions, all citizens, not only the public administration, but the citizens too. Equilibrium. We have to face that we need to go toward a green world, but we cannot forget that we have to invest in industry and production. Where we are now, we are in a, I can say in a good mood to invest. We have a lot of resources. We have a lot of resources and recovery plans from in all Europe consider digital transformation as one of transversal way to improve and to improve a new normal way to live. There are still 4 or 5 samples of smart cities in Italy. Here in Messina, there's one that comes from a project is called My Smart, but Firenze, Venezia, Roma too. But we have to consider that this is just the beginning, because in the next 4, 5, 6 years, all Italian metropolitan cities and regions have in roadmap some project, very big project, on mobility as a service, on data platform or API platform, and of course, smart cities platform. Okay, everything is fine, look fine, but we can dare innovation, we can design ambitious projects, but there is still something that we encounter day by day, that we meet in daily conversation with our clients. There is lack of competencies. It's difficult to understand where a smart city project will go. It's difficult to understand what technology we need. So we adopt off-the-shelf technology. Okay, these are problems, but if we look more, these problems deals all with innovation. Maybe it is not a problem, it's an opportunity. So we think we have to bring in the city, we have to approach with a new model that is called open innovation model. An open innovation model that is comprehensive of innovation and innovative procurement. We will spot a little bit on this. It's not a new model. It comes from R&I or R&D projects. Most of you will know this kind of projects where we need to create hybrid organizations made with public administration, companies, universities, to find a solution to a problems. Sometimes we have to find the problems too. This approach is called triple helix or quadruple helix, if we can consider the citizens too. But the fact is that this concept ends with the end of the project. So knowledge, contacts, networks will finish with the project. So we have to make it continuous. So we can design an innovative interrelation systems in the territory, between startups, PMI, system integrators, university and research. We have the public administration, the center of this model, just because public administration quite often is the assignee of funds. So they have the funds and they can manage all this network. What we can propose is a methodological approach. We can develop open innovation model in 5 stages. One stage is dedicated to innovation funnel, in which in which public administration and all stakeholders can scout new technology, can do evaluation, validation, and bring these new technologies is an innovation knowledge cluster, where it can be possible to find a matching between among new technologies and the demand and the needs of the public administration. Then we have to promote new competencies inside this Open Innovation Center approach, Open Innovation Center. Then we have another 2 stages that concern the innovation network and an innovation infrastructure in which we need to access to informative services. But what are the output of the Innovation Center? The Innovation Center can design the vision, but Innovation Center can give support, design of partnership agreement with the stakeholder of innovation ecosystem, and can support, that's very important, the tendering phases. This is very important because one of the most complex stuff to deal with is the procurement in smart cities. When we have to support public administration in adoption of new technology, sensors, cameras, and so on. Because every stage of maturity, of technology maturity, has its own different kind of procurement. So, European Union promotes the adoption of innovative procurement, of innovation and innovative procurement. Even because today we are far from our ambition objectives. Let's see, okay, my screen is not so good. Okay, let's see what means innovative and innovation procurements. We have three kind of procurements that we call pre-commercial procurement, public procurement for innovative solutions, and partnership public-private. Pre-commercial procurement usually has, we use pre-commercial procurement usually when we have really new technologies and we don't know if they will work or not. We use public procurement of innovative solution when we see that there's a solution to a problem, but this solution is not quite ready for the operational or for the production stage. We use partnership and public-private partnership when we have a solution and we need huge investments and we need sustainability, and we think that this solution can be brought ahead thanks to private investor. So the goal of pre-commercial procurement is to test and evaluate innovative solutions, whilst the public procurement, the PPI, has another goal, is to buy innovative products. The PPP instead has the goal to supply goods and services for the public administration, including the design. So, what is the takeaway of our presentation? I can resume in three concepts. In our opinion, public administration to create smart city need to create a dedicated open innovation office, also through public-private partnership. In this innovation office or innovation center, they have to promote co-design and co-development with university, with startups, in line with the concept of urban lab, living labs, innovation hubs, Prof. We have to know that we have to use multiple procurement strategies responsive with the need of innovation of our project. Our project can have more than just one procurement strategy. In this case, we think that with this model, we think we can bring innovation in the cities, even if today still we are not so sure where we will arrive, but we are sure that we are encountering a new challenge in this new normal stage. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I use your last idea of innovation hub is something that I will introduce later on to let the people understanding we are on the way that we are mentioning. Let's have a community, because we know the community of CC Grid and ICT, how to work it, and also to, in some way, to move in this perspective. The next speaker is Francesco Martella. He's a PhD student at Università Messina. He's strongly involved in many, let's say, local projects, but even in European projects like Urbanite. In fact, his title is Digital Transformation in Public Administration, Mass Smart Urbanite Experience. Francesco is a computer engineering PhD student and many scholarship and is a part of the FCR lab, is one of the, as I said yesterday, the rector, the Villaris boys. Let me say thank you to these people that are allowed us to be here. Francesco, you know the rule? The floor is yours.
I know.
10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Professor. And thank you at all for attending today. And my presentation, in my presentation, I describe some process of digital transformation in Messina. I talk about the Mesmart project. We have the main actor of Mesmart that are Sure, Intellera, and Almaviva, and I discuss some sentences on Urbanite. First of all, we need to understand in which, where we are. We are in Messina. Messina is not only a city, but Messina is a metropolitan area, include Aeolian Island. And in Messina there are a lot of people. This is our research group. And we are interested to understand if it's good to stay in Messina, if in Messina we can develop our life, our work. Sure, there are two examples of the project in the digital environment, Mesmart and Urbanite. Mesmart is a big project that has financing with 5 million euro, is a national financement, and with Mesmart, the municipality of Messina start to increase our digitalization in terms of territory, in terms of sensors, in terms of opportunity for all the employees. And is a very good project because during this project the University of Messina and the municipality make an agreement, and with this agreement the researchers, the students of the university have the opportunity to work with the municipality, with the company that collaborate with the municipality. And from this, the researchers are able to understand what means water management, what means really in the field the territory monitoring, the video surveillance for different analysis in different environments. And the project has a dashboard in which we can see all the functionality of the Mesmart project, and is a beautiful platform because it is open, there are APIs, and we have the opportunity to interact with this in real time. And it's an opportunity not only for researchers, sure, but for employees, for the police, for all the people that are interested to work in Messina, even with different European partners. We can see some slides for Urbanite project. And there are a lot of software, but it's very interesting the video surveillance software with artificial intelligence on the field with the CAM, machine learning. And starting from this point of view, we see some slides from the Professor Fazio. In the research field, we have some idea. We understand, we see that in the dashboard we have a camera that frame the same area. And we ask why this happened, and we ask if it's possible to optimize this process. And in this way, the Professor Wheeler and our team think some idea for understand the better camera that can frame a specific point. And starting from this, we write an article, a paper, and we present we will present this in the next June in Greece. And the same stuff are in Urbanite project. The Urbanite project is an Horizon 2020 project. Messina municipality is a pilot of the project, and in this project the partners want to understand in which way the digital transformation, but the disruptive technology can be used in the public administration, can interact with stakeholders that involve in the public administration. There are some different partners. In Messina, the municipality work with engineering and with Almadigit, that born as a spin-off of the University of Messina, and collaborate with the University of Messina. My PhD born because Almadigit have an agreement, and I do 6 months of activity or research activity in Almadigit and work in Urbanite, and I can see what is the project, the methodology that are not only a digital methodology, because Almadigit want to use short data, create a very usable platform that thanks at Mesmart can include the data for the traffic monitoring, can use data from other stakeholders for understand, for example, if it's possible see the point of the city in which the bus stay because there are traffic. And even in this case, thanks of the research activity, we can understand some problem for querying data. And we present a paper in the next days in CC Grid, thanks to the collaboration with the people that work for the municipality, in this case, the engineering Mario Colosi. And, but it's not only the aspect of urban IT, because urban IT, in my opinion, have a fundamental aspect in this digital transformation stuff. That this is the SOPO lab. The Social Policy Lab is a physical way to meeting people for understand the needs, for understand the needs of a stakeholder, but involve even in a platform that it is Decidim, in which the people can talk like Facebook, like a social network, for discuss of specific theme, of specific stuff, and create a solution. This is the platform for Messina that we use in Urban IT. I talk about this in the afternoon during the panel. At the end of the presentation, sure, we propose the same question. We can see that in Messina, sure, we have the possibility to see some improvement, to see stuff. The people can stay in Messina for develop your life, and sure, people need digital transformation, but in my opinion, digital transformation need peoples. Thank you very much.
Great, Francesco. We provide him an award, 6 minutes. Thank you, Francesco. I think the audience will appreciate. I don't want to consider me because I can stay, I cannot stay, I don't care. But we have the, let's say, last presentation in terms of, then I will close with something, is the last but not the least. Here now we have Professor Omerana from Cardiff University. As I said, here we have people that are changing the ICT life.
Il gelato.
Professor Rana is performance engineering in Cardiff University with interest in high-performance distributed computing, data analysis mining, and multi-agent system. He's a college dean of international physics, science, engineering, Cardiff University. Let me say thank you, Omer, to join us and also to stay till the end. This is a brilliant talk. It's titled Data Privacy Challenge for Cloud Edge Continuous Service. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll keep it to 10 minutes. So I'm the last guy between you and lunch. Okay, so keep this very short. So the
only some few remarks at the end. Okay,
yeah, sure. After so keep this very short. So this is a project with a bunch of UK universities. You can see the collaborators there. So it's Newcastle, Cardiff, Durham, and we have a couple of companies. So I'll just start with this, right? So the focus of this project is on data privacy, right? So the question is, right, why does data privacy matter? So privacy, for example, is central to an individual's autonomy and self-determination. So what does privacy mean? What does data privacy actually imply? So it's the claim of individuals to determine for themselves when, how, and to what extent information about them is shared with or communicated to others. So what does that mean, right? So if I told you, for example, in this room, that if you're using your mobile phone and your data was seen by everybody, would you behave differently? Right, so that's the first question. If you knew that your information was not private, right? So if you communicated online or you bought something on the internet and somebody could see it, would your behavior change? Right, so that's the first question, right? So that's the first question underpinning this project. If everything you said was public to everyone, would you change what you said? And would you change your behavior, or would your life decisions change? Right, that's the problem we have with cloud computing today. The moment I use my mobile phone, the moment I use my laptop, and I give my information to a cloud provider, I'm trusting the provider, right? So that's the big question. This is really what this project was about. And your privacy, therefore, has a value to your personal autonomy. And that's really what this means, right? So So this essentially, it's responsible maintenance of private information is really key in cloud computing. And so essentially, we have two challenges, right, in cloud computing. The first one is, we want to protect individual privacy. So we have a whole bunch of legislation, such as GDPR in Europe. We have the General Data Protection Regulation. We have HIPAA, which is for medical data, healthcare data. And we have FERPA, which you may not be familiar with. So if you're a student, right, we need to keep your record private. Because if you leak your record, universities are liable. At least we are in the UK and the US, for example. So FERPA is like HIPAA, but for student records. So if you don't want to tell other people about how well you did in your course, right, we have to protect your information. So FERPA is basically focusing on that. And there's a whole bunch of stuff, right, happening in this area. So we have fairness and bias. So we want to keep your information private, but we also want to use your data to prevent bias. Because if you did not have your data, you'd have no data mining, right? So the question is, it's a challenge, right? The two challenges are, we want to make data available for meaningful analysis, but we also want to protect individual privacy. And that's really where the challenge lies in making cloud computing data available for analysis. And this is really where our project was really focused on. So we have a whole bunch of stuff going on right now. We have federated learning with differential privacy. So federated learning differential privacy does federated learning, but with support for data privacy. We have something called, of course, if you have, the traditional focus is that if you use federated learning, you're building independent models. So you don't share any data, so therefore you have privacy. But that's not the case. Right? People have been looking at things like model inversion attacks and membership inference attacks on models that have been built with federated learning. So the fact that you don't share your data, but you share your model, does not mean that it's private. Because people can still infer the data by using techniques like model inversion and membership inferencing. So we are still at very early days, right, in order to help us do this. Help us protect information. That's really what this project was focused on. So let me give you an example, right? If you take your mobile phone and you visit a website like Subway Surfers, right? You're all students who play games. Well, when you're young, your parents probably didn't want you to play games. But if you play games on your mobile phone, the information that you have on your mobile phone is shared with a whole bunch of people that you never knew existed, right? So if I take Subway Surfers, right? Your information is shared with of course, the website that owns the game. So this is the first-party game servers. However, there's a whole bunch of advertising people behind the scenes who also get your information, right? So you have things like the Akamai information hosting service. You have Flurry Analytics, which is one example. You have advertising and tech companies and marketing companies who sit behind the scenes. And you also have social media companies like Facebook who get information about the fact that you went to this website. But they're not supposed to, right? Because they're not supposed to do this, right? But that's essentially what happens today. So if I look at another example, if you're a university student who accesses stuff, again, a total of 18 websites were advertising websites were involved in the US, EU, Norway, and Canada, just by people visiting a website. So information is not private, whatever you believe, because if you're not paying for a service online, you are the product, because your data is being used to fund your application, right? So if you look at this example, if you visit the New Yorker website, in the New Yorker website, 733 kilobytes of data are sent to all those advertising companies at the top. So if you look at all of this, all of these are advertising companies who view your information even though you never agreed to this. Or you might have agreed to some clause somewhere. You might have clicked yes, but never actually read the privacy clauses of what was actually going on. So you have things like third-party advertising services, like Adobe Audience, you have Hotjar, you have Scorecard Research, and then you have a whole bunch of other, even companies like Wired.com, TeenVogue.com, they all get information from sites that you visit online. And this is how you fund the internet, right? The advertising is the stuff that funds the internet. So because we don't have time, I won't go into, I'll just show you. So we are driven by two key research questions that underpins our research. So cloud computing remains a dominant mode of electronic service delivery. So during COVID-19, right, everybody went online because it was either online or nothing. The moment you went online, the advertisers came in, right? Because they now knew everybody was online. So COVID-19 has brought an interesting aspect of advertising that never existed 3 years ago, right? So think about that for a minute. So are we sacrificing privacy for access to online services to support business continuity? And the second question is, how do we audit cloud providers? How do we audit cloud computing infrastructure and make them more transparent so that I can see exactly this for cloud services, right? So that's really the focus of our project. I'll just tell you, give you one, I'll skip all this stuff. Don't have time to go through this. So we have a project in the UK. So the idea here is that when a user goes to, just 2 more minutes, Massimo, and then I pass over. So it's a joint project. We have a couple of companies involved. So when a user goes to a website, like for example, smugmug.com or some other website, behind the website sits a whole ecosystem of providers. So although you see that website, you'd never see these other providers. You never see Azure Analytics, or you never see Amazon Web Services. You never see the whole advertising supply chain that sits behind that website. Our aim in this project is to expose all of this to the user, right? To expose the whole cloud ecosystem, not just the front end that you visit. And essentially, we look at a cloud ecosystem consists of multiple providers which are invisible to the user. Each provider carries out operations on the user data to make revenue, for example, through advertising. And our aim is to expose this advertising backend chain to a user. So we have I'll just skip this. So we have a stack of software services that enable this to happen. And finally, I'll skip all this. We don't have time to go. And we have if you go to that website, that's all you need to know. We're trying to form a new company that essentially exposes this. So we have a new company on privacy-aware technologies or privacy-enhancing technologies, where we try to go and expose this chain to the user so that they know essentially what's going on. Thank you.
Me? Can you? To be honest, I apologize with you and the others because it's a brilliant talk. Only 10 minutes is not really good. Can you copy and paste? So as you can see, we have seen a really impressive presentation, and I wanted to say you again, thank you for the presentation. And I would repeat, what was not good was the time, because all of you was really interesting presentation. Let's say big hands for them, please. Give them. Don't worry, the lunch is ready. I am in contact with the guys, so don't worry. Let me, I will show you 2 videos just to know where we are going, because you're part of the story, you're part of what we are thinking in Messina. I was introducing that. All of you will be a guest here in Messina, okay? Just to be clear. We are looking, as David said, to creating labs, innovation office, where company can join. Repeat, you are in Cardiff, you are in Ohio, you click the button and you come here. What you need is only to travel. This is essentially the idea. We are looking to the future, okay? No, my pen drive. Why does it work? Okay, I will not online. So the first video I want to show you is this one. Okay? I hope it works.
The University of Messina is a point of reference not only for the area of the Strait of Messina, but is also a training place where knowledge and culture can be exchanged, socializing in an increasingly international context. There are 4 campuses located throughout the city: the Central Campus, the University Hospital Campus, the Annunziata Campus, and the recently renovated Papardo Campus, with new classrooms and laboratories. UNIME has activated new degree programs in the last 3 years in order to meet the demands of increasingly specialized professionals. There are 5 new degree programs for next year: Agricultural Sciences and Technologies for Ecological Transition, Data Science, New Technologies Law, Medicine and Surgery with a biotechnological focus, Gastronomic Sciences. Your competitiveness in the international market will be maximized due to the opportunity to earn a double degree, as well as participate in one of the numerous degree programs with training offered in English. UNIME also offers you numerous PhD and advanced courses, master's degrees, and specialization schools. The Welcome Point is now available. It is a new space to support you in the registration procedures and to inform you about services and discounts. Do you have an income of less than 24,000 euros? Or did you earn the maximum grade point in your high school education? If so, you have the opportunity to earn your university degree at no cost. There are many partnerships with cutting-edge companies and agreements with institutions that allow you to participate in internships or training programs to create a bridge with the world of work. You can play sport for free in all our facilities, from the gym in the city centre to the university citadel. Soccer, tennis, fitness, swimming, and much more. And to celebrate the most important stage of your university career, the graduation ceremony is back in the impressive ancient theatre of Taormina. Tradition and change in the centre of the Mediterranean Sea.
So this is what we are doing, but so what I'm showing to you is not presenting slides because you don't need them, and I want to start from here. Yes, sharing with you some important stuff. So we are starting with data science, just to offer you, because we are ready. We are ready to collect you, to invite our colleagues, Omer, DK, and others. It's in English, master degree, but we have also bachelor degree. It's astonishing. Thousands of people want to come. This is the application on website, 300,000 people. 3,000 people will come in bachelor degree and 1,000 at least in master degree.
Hi,
it's
my
astonishing.
name is Didem Sarajay. I am from
As you already said, heard about some canteen and stuff,
at Messina
but
University.
want to join the culture. The city is ready. You know, we are going to have a Caranita, you know it, and I don't know where with the Pitoni, but let's see, and so on and so on. I wanted to say a few words in my life that we are working a lot. There are people on a small computer in Homo today, and Maria, the new paradigm worldwide, they're trying to introducing it, the picture of Homer, and a lot of research. This is what we are doing, many projects. People try to
to enjoy. It's really important to share with you, okay? So I want to remark. Passionate, they spend Saturday and Sunday to stay with you with many projects. You see there, Bronzi di Riace stuff. We have fun. Let me say thank you to all of them, people that are part of the game and are working a lot. You see them around the staff. And I want to say we have an history. Sometimes many local people, they don't know. We have long history. We are at the gate of the Mediterranean area. It's true, a long history. Unfortunately, the earthquake destroyed everything. You have these two masterpieces 20 meters from here. If you go in the rectorate, you see something in the 14th century, 15th century, because Messina University is 15th, 16th century. It's quite old, okay? And we need inspiration. This is why I'm sharing with you. It's not out of the scope. It's not out of the scope. You need inspiration. You need to enjoy. You need to live the life, because you have only one life. And we have a festival to don't think COVID. I have to say something to DK, Omer, and also Prado. They say, let's go online. We don't go online. No? We said we want to meet people. This is why we are here. And again, let me say thank you to all of you that believe in that. Thank you. And and this is the future. I want to present you the future that many of you does not know. I went 3 years ago to the mayor, say a crazy idea. The crazy idea is named High Hub dello Stretto. When you want to invite all of you. All of you are invited. Companies, students, professors, scientists, all of you are invited. Because we are creating an ecosystem close to here. The Finite Innovation Hub. And it's a good interconnection stuff with a lot of space. It was really bad space, bad area that the idea is to. You see, everything is destroyed, but we are looking for the future. It's something really interesting. You see some ideas. And smart building. You have your smartphone. You enter your room. You use it. This is the future. And, it's no matter of money. You see, enter the office. You can open switch off the stuff, and you can go on the line. This is what we are looking at Università Messina, and this is what we want to share with you and all the areas. Is it possible? Is it? Because we already have the money, okay? 70 million euros. When I went in Rome, the minister said we are crazy. I am not. And let me say thank you to the team of Università Messina. They are working a lot. And let's go for the video.
They will help you from your country, from Turkey to Italy till you find a house. The lessons are easy. The course that I'm taking is the Lingua Moderna e Produzione, which is translation in Italian. And the professors, they help you really a lot in Italian and in English.
Let me exit from the, and I will show the video. Is still running the. Okay. Show the video and then we go. Crazy is not. As thinking that you can organize a worldwide conference here, and it's possible, okay? With people, mindset, and you especially, okay? It's really a pleasure, honored to be all of you here. Please join us by the link, by the web. It's not possible to receive all of you. University of Messina is ready to go, really. And you? Thank you. Mi dai le borse? 1 minute, we have only one gift, and then we go. Now our special guest, one by one. DK, can you come? For you. DK is coming from US. Thank you for coming. You can open, DK. You can show. It's something that you don't find any shop. Okay. Okay? This is for now our special foreign guest. Okay? This is a special gift. This is handcraft. You cannot. Thank you, DK, for coming. Okay? Homer, come. I will give it to you, Homer, and Maria, I will give it to Radu. Come, Maria. Thank you. Thank you so much. Open it. I have to say thank you for what you have done. Week by week, guys, you cannot believe. Week by week, meeting them, fighting with the EEE, fighting with the staff. They are the people, the hard worker, okay? Repeat, I am the last one. As I said many times, I am there to close the light, but they are the brilliant people that I am honored to be friends. Okay, thank you. And then Radu, take it.
This is Radu for you, and thank you very much for your contribution. I mean, we work all together very well, and I'm very happy for that. Thank you very much.
So the worker was not 3, it was 4. Maria, you not? The gift for you. Also for you. You are 1. Do you know why gender balance? She's part of. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Really, I have to say, a special day, special guest. I repeat, I am honored. Don't worry. I will close the light. Bye. See you later.
Hi, just 1 second. I want to thank this guy over here. Massimo it's been a wonderful to work with the team here. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's okay. I tell you, you know, it's been a great challenge to organize an international conference because of COVID-19. Many conferences are going online, but this man here pushed us to do it physically. So we're really grateful to the great work that we put in. Thank you.